a superfood powder that provides amazing energy and stamina and helps support my heart and blood pressure too. While beets are not in my normal diet due primarily to taste, Super Beets is a tasty powder I either sprinkle on my yogurt or mix in water. No added calories or sugar. Each canister of Super Beets gives me 90 non-GMO beets that taste great. Mix it in a smoothie for a jitter-free energy boost. You'll love the taste of Super Beets and feel results in as little as 20 minutes. Guaranteed, or you don't pay. Plus, Super Beets now comes in black cherry. If taste was holding you back, get a bonus 30-day supply free with your first order. Plus, get the book Beat the Odds free with free shipping, too. It's guaranteed or your money back. Call 800-973-4470. That's 800-973-4470. Or log on to deallovesbeats.com. That's deallovesbeats.com.
Check it out, it's the Terminator. Hey, when'd you get back, huh?
Did you have to shoot anyone?
Why are you so distant? Are you not happy to see me?
So what's the deal? You gonna get a job now or what?
Why are you being so jumpy? Put all that stuff behind you, okay?
No one knows what it's like to come back from Iraq or Afghanistan unless they were there. Join other veterans at communityofveterans.org because we know where you're coming from. Brought to you by Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America and the Ad Council.
Hey, what's up? Holla at ya, boy. XOXOXO. You getting these texts? Question mark. Where are you? What are you doing? OMG, you are making me mad. You better text me back. I'm waiting outside your house.
Relentless, aggressive texting is like sending an angry robot to deliver your message. When does the robot become dangerous? Let us know at that'snotcool.com.
That'snotcool.com.
Brought to you by the Ad Council.
If you're like most Christians, the Affordable Care Act is not only expensive, but it presents major challenges to your moral and spiritual beliefs. The good news? Pro-Life Health Plan provides you with a solution to opt out without penalty. Pro-Life Plan combines a sharing ministry with supplemental insurance products to provide you with a well-constructed national PPO health benefits package that's affordable and offers you freedom to choose any doctor, any hospital, anywhere. Call now to see if you qualify. 815-372-1363. Pro-Life Health Plan believes in a free market approach to healthcare and risk management. For most of us, Obamacare is not appealing and it's not affordable. Take control of your health. Call Eric Wilson now and start saving with the Pro-Life Health Plan. 815-372-1363. That's 815-372-1363. 815-372-1363.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
The date is in, and boys are still better at math than girls.
And Donald Trump's new way to hit Hillary.
Monica, where are you?
We're back at 5 a.m. 560, The Answer.
And nothing you don't. You're listening to America's First News. This morning with Gordon Deal.
Hey, good Monday to you. Welcome aboard. Time for a health and wellness update, and it's brought to you by Rite Aid. Get your flu shot at Rite Aid today, free with most insurance plans. Age restrictions apply in some states. See your Rite Aid pharmacist for details. As controversy about the pricing of EpiPens reverberates from Capitol Hill to school districts across the country, one recurring complaint from consumers is that the high cost is magnified because the drug expires quickly, forcing users to regularly replace the medicine. A Mylan spokeswoman tells Kaiser Health News that the EpiPen expires every 12 to 18 months, but that period includes the time it takes to get it into your hands. This portion of the program is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. Are you hiring? Do you know where to post your job to find the best candidates? Posting your job in one place is not enough to find quality candidates. If you want to find the perfect hire, you need to post your job to all the top job sites, and now you can. With ZipRecruiter.com, you can post your job to 100 plus sites, including social media networks like Facebook and Twitter, all with a single click. Find candidates in any city or industry nationwide. Just post once and watch your qualified candidates roll into ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. No juggling emails or calls to your office, right? You don't have time to get bogged down in the hiring process. Let ZipRecruiter help. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by over 1 million businesses. And right now, our listeners can post jobs on ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/Gordon. That's ZipRecruiter.com/Gordon. Again, one more time, To try it for free, go to ZipRecruiter.com/Gordon. It's 8 minutes now in front of the hour on This Morning. Rasa Kay is back with more of America's First News.
Gordon, one of the most powerful Atlantic hurricanes in recent years, has Jamaica, Haiti, and eastern Cuba in its sights. Parts of Jamaica have already been lashed by Hurricane Matthew's rain and strong winds, with floodwaters blocking roads in the capital, Kingston. Prime Minister Andrew Holness.
We are expecting that there will be landslides. And that will mean also damage to agriculture.
The Category 4 storm could bring up to 2 feet of rain. Thousands in Haiti are still living in tents following the huge earthquake there in 2010. Donald Trump's campaign went on the defensive after the New York Times reported the business mogul may not have paid taxes for as many as 18 years after declaring a $916 million loss on his 1995 returns. Rudy Giuliani on ABC's This Week called Trump's economic genius better for the country than Hillary Clinton.
Don't you think a man who has this kind of economic genius is a lot better for the United States than a woman, and the only thing she's ever produced? There's a lot of work for the FBI.
Clinton supporters used the revelation to argue again that Trump took advantage of rules ordinary workers can't. Clinton's expected to outline a plan today to make it easier for consumers to sue companies she calls bad corporate actors. A campaign official says the Democratic nominee will specifically call out Wells Fargo Bank and Mylan Pharmaceuticals during a speech in Ohio. The Taliban are on the move in Afghanistan, sending a suicide car bomber into police headquarters in the southern Helmand province, killing the local police chief. It's the second major Taliban assault today in that country. The insurgents have set siege to the northern city of Kunduz since early this morning. A shorthanded Supreme Court returns to work today for a new term, still carrying a vacancy since the death of Antonin Scalia in February. President Obama nominated veteran federal Judge Merrick Garland to replace Scalia, but Senate Republican leaders have refused to consider him. It was a mediocre movie weekend. Tim Burton's Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children picked up first place at the box office, opening to $28.5 million. The fantasy film cost $110 million to make, and that's still better than Deepwater Horizon at a budget of $120 million, with a first weekend take of $20.6 million.
Ooh. Big swings and misses right there at the box office.
Good reviews for that movie, but didn't translate into ticket sales.
Man, oh man, what a miss. Thank you, Rasa. 6 minutes now in front of the hour on This Morning, America's First News. Whether traveling or working remotely, we know your PC is your business headquarters. And when work takes you on the go, you need a laptop that can keep up. Dell's XPS 13 empowers small business owners to collaborate anywhere with incredible battery life and powerful performance. Reduce downtime by 50% and boost productivity with 4 times faster performance when you refresh to new Dell PCs featuring Intel Core processors. Explore the XPS 13 at Dell.com/radio.
Meet the new John Deere Gator XUV 590i. With over 1,000 ways to customize yours, it's like having 1,000 different Gators to take on anything outdoors. Visit your local John Deere dealer to see how. Go strong. Go Gator.
Visit Circle Tractor in Homer Glen and CircleTractor.com. Or for more info, visit us at myjohndeerdealer.com.
A couple of years ago, I had a severe accident which disabled my right hand and caused chronic pain and complete suffering. It took many years before really we figured out exactly what it was or how to treat it. My whole goal was I did not want to be on high levels of pain medicine. After some time, I went to see Dr. Kenneth Candido to try to figure out the source of the pain and a solution and how to solve it. He listens. I'm going to cry because it's so real. I've been through so much, and he wants to help his patients, and he's there for me whenever I need him.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
Okay, kids, the campfire's out. Let's hit the road.
Dad, the fire's not out. It's still smoking.
No, close enough.
Come on, Dad, do your homework. If it's too hot to touch, then it's too hot to leave.
I knew that.
You're never too young to get your smoky on. If you see someone in danger of starting a wildfire, step in and make a difference.
Brought to you by Smokey Bear, the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council. Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Hi, I'm Dr. Bob Marshall, PhD, host of Healthline. Tune in to hear the latest breakthrough information for you and your family. This month, Quantum Digest is on special. It's the most purified USP plant enzymes. No matter what you eat, it has the power to support its digestion. Buy 2 bottles, get the third one free. Call 800-370-3447.
Join Dr. Bob Marshall for Healthline, Saturday morning at 10 on AM 560, The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer.
Thanks for being with us. Fall, as you know, delivers cool weather, crisp leaves, and plenty of football. But during the celebration of Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, there's also a spike in the sales of mangosteens, cherimoya, and other offbeat fruit. The Wall Street Journal says that's because some celebrating the two-day holiday follow a tradition of trying a new fruit on the second day of the holiday, which is tomorrow. And the quest to find the weirdest fruit has grown fevered, especially in the New York region. A limited pomegranate crop one year sent demand so high at a market in Brooklyn that the store limited purchases to one per customer. The store's president says even at $6 a pop, people were fighting. He said the pomegranate that year, if you had one, was better than drugs. Happy Rosh Hashanah. For Rasa K, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
About 6 years ago, I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store without having to stop and rest. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down. My blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code Chicago.
It's news, opinion, insight. It's AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Donald Trump fending off another attack. This one from when he hosted The Apprentice on TV. Former staffers and contestants claim he demeaned women and used sexist language, with the Republicans' campaign calls outlandish, unsubstantiated, and totally false. This after the New York Times had reported on a Trump tax return from 1995 showing him writing off huge losses that might have helped him pay no federal income taxes for years.
Trump surrogates offered a very different narrative across the Sunday shows. They argued that what this unauthorized partial leak of Trump's tax returns really shows is that he's a genius and a master manipulator of the tax laws. And they believe that's a good thing, because who better to fix the tax code than someone who understands it inside and out?
Fox's Kristen Fisher. Bernie Sanders has a different reaction, telling ABC.
If everybody in this country was a genius, we wouldn't, like Mr. Trump is, and not pay any taxes. We would not have a country. I think it's outrageous.
Sanders also says it does bother him that Hillary Clinton, in leaked audio from February, called him a false promise, with supporters who live in their parents' basements. An American reality TV star robbed in Paris. Kim Kardashian West held up and tied up. Fox's Simon Owen live in our European bureau.
Dave, French police officials saying Kim Kardashian West was tied up and locked in the bathroom of a luxury apartment where she was staying as a group of armed men made off with jewelry worth more than $10 million. The 5 attackers said to have been wearing ski masks and clothes with police markings. It's thought they forced their way in after holding the concierge at gunpoint. Kardashian West's publicist saying she was badly shaken but physically unharmed. Dave?
Simon, Hurricane Matthew is bearing down on Jamaica and Haiti, packing 130-mile-an-hour wind. It could dump more than 3 feet of rain on some areas, causing massive floods. Matthew's also on track to hit Cuba and could later this week target the U.S. coast on the east side. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
It's the right time. Outside, we have cloudy skies, 60 degrees. Winds are calm to 2 miles an hour this morning out of the north. 5:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Family and friends devastated after a college student from the south suburbs was gunned down in a North Carolina college shooting. Police say 19-year-old Alyssa Deardonnay of Homewood and Ahmaud Campbell of North Carolina were shot and killed early yesterday. It happened during a fight that broke out at a house party in Greensboro near the college campus. Investigators believe the North Carolina A&T State students were innocent bystanders. Investigators are searching for a shooter. Chicago police say a shooting outside a Southwest Side train station has left 1 man dead and another badly hurt. Police officers say they responded to a fight around 7:30 Sunday morning, found a 20-year-old man shot in the neck and a 24-year-old man wounded in the buttocks. While the 20-year-old was pronounced dead at the scene, the other man was transported to a nearby hospital. It occurred outside the California station on the CTA's Pink Line. A person dressed as in a gorilla suit and a T-shirt that read "All Lives Matter" apparently tumbled onto the field in the fourth quarter of the Lions-Bears game at Soldier Field Sunday. A person tackled by security near the 40-yard line, near the south side of the field, close to the Lions bench, and the fan was promptly escorted out of the building. A woman is dead following a rollover crash on the Dan Ryan. Happened on Chicago's south side. State police say Brenda Whitehead was driving an SUV that hit another vehicle, then flipped over near 47th Street. Multiple lanes were closed for several hours while crews cleaned up and investigated that scene. A review of 3 years of police reports involving a north suburban Chicago youth facility shows staff physically restrained children dozens of times. The Daily Herald reviewing police reports from the Allendale Association in Lake Villa, finding some instances resulting in injuries to children. Now, you may recall 2 employees faced charges after a 16-year-old died at the center in March. The state stopped sending wards to Allendale for 6 months earlier this year. Illinois State Police say they're investigating the fatal shooting of a man by police in the south suburbs. It happened in Markham, where Master Sergeant Jason Bradley says the shooting happened early Sunday morning outside a nightclub. The coroner in Will County says he's found evidence of the presence of a toxic substance in fatal heroin overdoses. It's actually more potent than fentanyl. Will County Coroner Patrick O'Neill says he found traces of what's being called W18 in the system of a 32-year-old Lockport man who died of a heroin overdose in April. W18 is not nearly as common as fentanyl, but police say it's much more deadly. NFL was the Bears over the Lions, 17-14 on Sunday. Solid days for Brian Hoyer and rookie running back Jordan Howard. WNBA playoffs continue for the Sky. They beat L.A. 70-66. Baseball season over for the Twins and the White Sox. White Sox fall to the Twins 6-3. Robin Ventura then announcing he will not be back as manager of the Sox next season.
I'm not going to be back as a manager next year, and I just feel it's the right time. It's more of a personal decision than anything.
Cubs beat Cincinnati 7-4, victory number 103 in the books, and they will cool their heels for a while and wait for their first Wrigley Field playoff game on Friday. Blue Jays, Orioles, Giants win the remaining 3 Major League wildcard berths yesterday, while the Cardinals and Tigers fall short. And again, the Ryder Cup goes to the USA. The news, a service of Staples with low prices on ink and toner and An in-stock guarantee to ensure you always get what you need fast. In-stock guarantee applies to in-store selection only. Out-of-stock ink and toner will be ordered from in-store kiosk with $10 discount, plus free shipping. Limit 1 cartridge per customer. 5:06, a check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
The clock is ticking. The most important political event of the year comes to Chicago on October 29th. It's Freedom Summit 2016, featuring Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, Michelle Malkin, AM 560's Mike Gallagher, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, and Joe Walsh. And just added, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, author of Defeating Jihad. Tickets start at just $39 and are available at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Image One, the Heartland Institute, and by The Range at 355.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com.
This is Vin Scully, wishing you a very pleasant good afternoon. I love my dad. Wherever you may be.
To help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
It is 5:08. Let's get an update on the early morning roads. AM 560 Traffic Center time.
I know more about
ISIS latest with Jim
than
Talamonte. Good morning, Jim.
Good
Monday morning, like 8094 westbound at Torrance Avenue. Units are responding. There's a crash there involving a semi. South end of Rye, there's roadwork to the left lane. 95 Drive and Mission Wharf.
How would you answer that, Father? What's
there?
I love my dad.
Delay. Kennedy Expressway, the express lane should be reopening shortly on the inbound side. Go for the ramps, northbound 53 at westbound Palatine Road. And there's construction in Kenosha. 142 is closed west of 94, but there is access to the Mars Cheese Castle via the frontage road. Traffic is a service of Staples. Staples has low prices on ink and toner and an in-stock guarantee to ensure you always get what you need fast. In-stock guarantee applies to in-store selection only. Out-of-stock ink and toner, if you order from in-store kiosk, $10 discount plus free shipping. Limit 1 cartridge per customer. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte. AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, patchy fog for the morning. Otherwise, clouds and sun, high 69. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 56. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, high 74, partly cloudy at night, low 61. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
59 at O'Hare, 60 along the lakefront. We have 62 at Midway. Next news at 5:30, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Grow My Retirement with Bill Geiger of Geiger Wealth. Tune in Saturday afternoons at 2 for Grow My Retirement with Bill Geiger of Geiger Wealth.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. And boy, what a weekend in sports. I know we want to get to
oh my gosh.
Hillary's audio and Trump's taxes, but we got to talk a little sports first because you might as well hang up those Iowa bibs this year. That season's over. How embarrassing for you.
Yeah, you know what? I'll admit it was very embarrassing, and it was a very painful game to watch because it was back and forth, and we were ahead, then you were ahead, and you thought, oh, come on. It's Northwestern, for gosh sakes. We should be crushing them.
In Iowa City.
In Iowa City. Pour some more salt over the wound, okay?
Yeah.
So I'm still trying to process that loss, but next game. I mean, we're 3-2. What's your record? 1-4?
2 and 2.
What are you? 2-2?
They're
okay.
both terrible teams.
But we're not supposed to be a terrible team.
Yeah, well,
you're
you
supposed
are.
to be a terrible team.
You're both terrible. You barely beat Rutgers, which Ohio State beat 58-0 this weekend. So yeah, these are not upper echelon teams in the Big Ten, and
Last year we were in the Rose Bowl. I mean, how did that happen?
Yeah, and that's how it goes. Kirk Ferentz signs a big contract, and all of a sudden, you're not so interested in winning and losing. He's set for life now.
Oh, and he wants his son to take over for him, too, when he leaves. That's part of the deal.
Yeah, let's talk about sports that matter now.
The Bears,
sports that people
won.
care about.
Uh-huh.
I said sports that matter, sports that people care about. The good news, though, Jimmy Johnson said this at the halftime of the Bears game on CBS. He said, very likely that Jay Cutler has taken his last snap as Bears quarterback. And from Jimmy Johnson's mouth to the McCaskey's ears, let's hope that's true.
Uh-huh.
And after Brian Hoyer's performance yesterday,
Brian did really well.
It should be true. Let's get rid of him.
It was actually a fun game to watch. People started caring about the Bears again.
Yeah, for one Sunday in early October. But obviously the big story, and we'll be dissecting this for the next 4 hours.
What? The Ryder Cup?
Ryder Cup.
I know that I
USA,
found myself
USA.
I found myself switching from football to that. I mean, what is going on here?
Mike Scott. He devotes more time to women's basketball than he does the Ryder Cup.
Well, because the Chicago Sky forced a Game 4 in the playoffs against the Los Angeles Sparks this weekend.
There's nothing about that statement that I understand. I didn't understand a word you just said.
I'm not speaking.
He just said, and in other news, the U.S. gained the Ryder Cup. That's what he said on the newscast. I want to hear about the match for the ages between Mickelson and Sergio Garcia. 19 birdies in a halved match as the U.S., after that meltdown at Medina just a few years ago that I witnessed, comes back to win the Ryder Cup at Hazeltine. I mean, that was an unbelievable weekend of golf.
It was good. And then there were kind of
It was good.
Rory McIlroy
It was good.
No, it was epic. I don't know. It was fun because the crowd got involved. And then
It
Rory,
was transcendental. I'm a different person after watching this weekend of golf. There's pre-Ryder Cup 2016 Dan, and now there's post-Ryder Cup Dan.
So
the two are completely different human beings.
How is this
It was
affect your life?
transformative.
How's this going to affect your game, more importantly?
Well, I don't know. I'm going to play Wednesday and find out.
Okay. All right. But it was fun. And then afterwards, all the American players were kissing their wives, and there was one player in the middle. Nobody. It's like he was alone on New Year's Eve. He was just sitting there. I'll find you the picture. I'll tweet it out. It is adorable. Somebody should go help that little young man.
Tiger.
No, he wasn't Tiger. Tiger didn't get to play.
Yeah, I understand.
Sorry, Tiger. You can't even be in the team photo. Bye-bye.
And then, of course, we said goodbye to the White Sox and Robin Ventura.
Yes, we did.
But more importantly, we said goodbye to two legendary broadcasters, Vin Scully and Dick Enberg.
Oh, yeah.
Vin Scully, 67 years broadcasting Dodgers games. 67 years.
A lot of people don't even live to be 67 years old or can hold a job down for a decade, let alone almost 7 decades.
I mean, I got to tell you, I don't think I got another 60 years in me.
Oh, come
for
on,
this
Dan.
business.
Yeah, you do. You want to be here when you're 120, right?
I am.
Wait, how old are you now? 7?
I am struggling to get to year 7 in this racket. So, I mean, I got to tell you, Vin Scully with his epic signature sign-off yesterday.
Okay, and this was at San Francisco, though,
Yeah,
right? Because I brought to you the information about his last game at Dodger Stadium, but this was his last game ever in San Fran.
And the nice thing that the Giants did on the way to winning and making the last wild card spot was they actually have a plaque, and they tweeted out a plaque of Vin Scully in the booth at the Giant Stadium.
That's great.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, to show the respect, but even those rivals, Vin Scully's signature sign-off.
This is Vin Scully wishing you a very pleasant good afternoon wherever you may be.
And then Scully actually had a message that he tweeted out through his, through his Twitter account or his the Twitter account that's maintained for him. And listen to his message to the fans. What a class act this guy is.
Many years ago, a little red-headed boy was walking home from school, passing a Chinese laundry, and stopped to see the score of a World Series game posted in the window. The Yankees beat the Giants 18-4 on October the 2nd, 1936. Well, the boy's reaction was pity for the Giants, and he became a rabid Giants fan from that day forward, until the joyous moment when he was hired to broadcast Brooklyn Dodger games in 1950. Ironically, October the 2nd, 2016, will mark my final broadcast of a Giants-Dodger game, and it will be exactly 80 years to the day since that little boy fell in love with baseball. God has been very generous to that little boy, allowing him to fulfill a dream of becoming a broadcaster and to live it for 67 years. Since 1958, you and I have really grown up together through the good times and the bad.
I mean, it's
Are you
just
trying to make me cry?
well, we talk about so much in the show because we talk so much politics that's so dismal and kind of soul crushing. It's nice to to spend a little time on something uplifting like Vin Scully's career in baseball or the Ryder Cup. Mike Scott.
He said you buried it in your broadcast.
what about
and he's got a bone to pick with you.
I mean, I want wall-to-wall Ryder Cup news coverage. I want the dissection of the Patrick Reed Rory McIlroy match. No.
However, that shot by Patrick Reed from 73 out that he put that he jarred on Saturday may have been the shot of the year in golf.
I mean, Patrick Reed, that is an event that is made for that guy. He's an animal in the Ryder Cup.
He is.
And take out Rory McIlroy and Rory McIlroy's crybaby stuff.
Well,
he had a fan thrown out. He had a fan thrown out.
Yeah, but then he wanted him to cheer louder on the 18th. They're like, "Come on, let me hear you, USA!"
Yeah.
So he was all all over the place. But
yeah, he's a child.
Sunk the 1 pound that he needed.
No, he didn't. He lost to Patrick Reed in the singles.
Yes, in the singles.
Yeah, Patrick Reed, USA. Come on, everybody. Patrick Reed took out Rory McIlroy after his crybaby. He had a fan thrown out of Hazeltine. Come on.
And just think the few days before during the warm-ups, he had a fan join them on the green to sink a putt.
Yeah, well, he's not ready
So he changed his tune.
He's not ready for POTUS politics if you can't take a little heckling, I'll tell you that. Kevin in Libertyville, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, guys, good morning. I may be a tad biased. I was like a caddy growing up. But
so
I gotta say, I've been Butler in Oak Brook.
You caddied at Butler?
Where'd you caddy?
Yeah, I did.
Did you ever? Did you ever get to? Did you get to caddy?
Full disclosure: Tom Watson actually paid for my college. I caddied for him in the '83 Western Open.
Oh, wait a minute. Are you mad because he got to caddy for him in the Open, or because he paid for his college?
So Kevin, I'll let you finish your point, Kevin. But now it's time for my story. So just hold on a second
and
about
don't
the Western
get off
Open.
the line because I want.
So a lot of people who don't know this, unless you're a caddy, but when Butler had the Western Open, they used to take like the top 2 or 3 honor caddies from all the clubs around the area, and you got to go caddy in the Western Open, and it was kind of a lottery, the pick of the draw, and you'd get to caddy for a pro. Well, the year that I was supposed to caddy in the Western Open,
your cousin took your spot.
No, that's Bozo Buckets. That's another heartbreaking story. This is equally heartbreaking. So get the Kleenex out. And Kevin, you may be a little bit older than me, but you'll remember that Greg Norman complained about having to use local caddies, and so the year after he complained, they ended the use of local caddies, and that was the year I was supposed to caddy in the Western Open, and that's why I have a vendetta, a score that has yet to be settled with Greg Norman that I will settle before I leave this mortal coil.
Greg Norman, you are a notice.
That's right.
I'm on both sides of that. On that story. I love the idea of pros being forced to use a caddy, for one tournament. On the other hand, I'm like, this is their livelihood. These caddies have been with them for forever, and it's difficult.
Come on, Kevin, give me a break. It's not like it's a major. It was the Western Open, for Christ's sakes.
Right. When they moved it from Butler, I was sad, but you know what? The members of Butler, they didn't care. They had all the
exactly.
Money in the world. They didn't need it. And they're like, you took our course for 3 of the prime golfing weeks of the summer, and we couldn't use it. So hey, good riddance.
Hey, and he paid for your college?
So many aspects of the Ryder Cup. The national anthem being sung, out of nowhere. They started singing the national anthem.
Yeah, I took a knee when that happened.
The best way I heard it described, the Ryder Cup, was it's like when you're leaning back on a chair and you're just about to fall back, and you're that way for like 5 hours. every shot, every angle, every nuance, and I just wish they could do it more than once every 2 years. I really loved it, and it doesn't get the press it deserves. But you know what? It's wonderful to watch. I taught my kids to watch it. They love it. We were actually at Iowa State this weekend. Ha, Amy, too bad for you.
Wow. Rubbing it in.
But we were watching the Iowa State game on one TV, the Ryder Cup on another, and the Iowa losing to Northwestern on another.
Okay. Kevin.
Your college dorm, it is unbelievable. I felt so old in some of these college dorms, just what they have. And
oh, I know.
God,
really
I love the Ryder Cup, and it does not get the press it deserves.
But I want to hear about
thanks,
Tom Watson.
Thanks,
He
Kevin.
paid for his
Appreciate
college.
it. Yeah, because he catered for Tom Watson, and he won a bunch of money, and that paid for his college. Yeah, real nice. It's real nice for Kevin to say I'm on both sides of it when he got his college paid for, and I'm left out in the cold in Wheaton having to scrape together an existence because I can't caddy at the Western Open.
Made you a better man.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
You don't care about Kim Kardashian being robbed? This is breaking news. They stole $10 million. They bound and gagged her. She couldn't take a selfie, Dan, for a half hour.
I hope Kanye has an alibi.
Yeah, he had a concert in New York, and he cut it short to go be with his wife. All right, there's your story. She's fine. And the forecast is fine. We're going to have some morning fog, otherwise some clouds and sun mix, a high of 69 degrees. Tomorrow is the best day of the week. It's going to be mostly sunny, warm, highs in the mid-70s. Anything great out on the roadways? Here's Jim Delamonte.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. Most of the overnight construction's gone, so that's good. There's still some work at the south end of the Rhine. The left lane extending onto the Bishop Ford Freeway. You might have a brief slowdown there. It's heavy on inbound I-57, Holstead to the Merge. About a 3 or 4 minute delay, and it'll get bigger quickly. 8094 westbound. Traffic stop and go through Lansing from Wentworth to Torrance. There's a crash on the right shoulder. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Please, you can take anything you want. Just give me access to my Twitter account.
Well, that's what I was saying. They not only took $10 million in jewelry, they took her precious cell phone. She's okay, though. But there was 5 French police officers, or fake French police officers. That's how they got into her room.
Are there any other kind?
ChicagoRadioDeals.com wants to simplify your life. Are you confused by the interweb? Is your Twittering affecting your Snapgram posts? So in other words, is social media making your head spin? Well, there are so many sites and apps on which to market your business, but you just don't have the time. And quite frankly, you're kind of like me. You're not even sure how it all works. So ChicagoRadioDeals.com has the solution. Creative Ground, that's the name of the company. They're offering $495 value package for only $250. Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Pinterest. Don't let it complicate your marketing plan. Creative Ground will create your profiles, upload your content and pictures, and will show you how to manage it all. Creative Ground knows that trends they know all the trends, and they keep up with the ever-changing social media landscape so you can concentrate on your business. Done. So visit ChicagoRadioDeals.com to learn how you can take your business to the next level. For quality items at huge savings, just visit ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing, independently owned business bank. Signature Bank listens to your story, learns about your business, and sticks with their customers. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Kevin Bastuga, co-founder of Signature Bank. As native Chicagoans, my partners and I know this city, its economy, and the challenges that small businesses face. We like to think of Signature Bank as your hometown bank. Chicagoans helping Chicagoans. We understand that banking is ultimately about people, and we build long-term, lasting relationships with our customers. We stand by our customers, and our customers stand by us, and we welcome new customers every day. We look forward to welcoming you and your business into the Signature Bank family.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, before you read about it on Facebook or Twitter, or hear about it from your friends, find out what today's big stories really mean with me, Sean Hannity, today at 2, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. I'd love to stick on the Ryder Cup and remembering Vince Scully and Dick Enberg and their great careers, but we must move on to the news of the day, Amy.
Yes.
And the big news over the weekend was the 3 pages of Donald Trump's 1995 tax returns that the New York Times obtained and published.
Actually, somebody sent an envelope to 2 reporters. It was a very slim envelope, and the return post was Trump Towers. Plot thickens.
The call is coming from inside the building.
Yes, exactly. Who sent it to the New York Times? But it is fascinating. It's a lot of money, a lot of numbers on there, Dan.
Yeah, the upshot is that in 1995, he claimed north of $900 million in losses, which could have obviated his need to pay federal taxes for the better part of a couple of decades.
18 years, they say.
And I got to tell you a couple things on this. One is, and again, there's no allegation of illegality. And one thing, too, the New York Times reporters and the Washington Post covering it, and all the Eastern establishment media outlets covering each other. The whole characterization of this as intrepid reporters on this harrowing story where they display the courage to potentially draw the ire of the IRS to publish these couple of pages worth of tax docs from Trump. To draw the ire of the IRS, it's not like they're a conservative group trying to get 501c3 status. The IRS, they're going to go after the New York Times. This IRS, this regime, comedy. So let's kind of tamp down the Woodward and Bernstein comparisons here with these New York Times reporters.
They got it mailed to them. It came in their mailbox. They didn't even have to meet him in a dark parking lot 3 stories underground.
Well, it's all about the courage to publish. What courage?
I know they're not committing a crime. Well, they say they're not committing a crime because it was sent to them.
Yeah, well, that's
But that's up for debate because it is illegal to obtain someone else's
right. This is the Pentagon Papers all over again. Yawn. Give me a break. The bottom line is this. I sense, and we'll get to this too, the leaked audio, the hacked audio, quote-unquote hacked audio over the weekend of Hillary's. Do you sense, or is it me and my black helicopters, that there's some campaign choreography going on both sides with respect to these couple of pages as well as the audio?
We're 37 days out?
Well, in advance of the next debate,
right,
with the tax returns being an issue that the left is trying to prosecute against Trump, with Trumping continuing to offer his standard answer about under audit, and they'll release him under audit, and why hasn't Hillary released the emails, and also he should add, why doesn't she release those Wall Street bank speech transcripts? But what this shows is kind of what you expect, which is he suffered substantial business losses, which mitigated his tax liability, but there's nothing wrong with that. And so what's the story?
But what does it say about him as a businessman? If you lose almost $1 billion, that's you're not thinking about going into another profession, taking on a different career
in real estate, up and down markets. With the expansive holdings that he has. I'm not going to say that's not unusual, but I'm going to say it's not unrecoverable. Clearly. You know why? Because he recovered. So,
and we don't know if he did. Because of that, the loss of $915 million, it doesn't mean that he didn't pay federal taxes. We don't know because we don't have his tax returns. Well, and that was just his New York State tax return from 1995.
We're going to pick this issue up as well as the Hillary hacked audio, quote unquote, and take your calls after the news.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
Hi, I'm Carl Deichler, the CEO of Beachbody, and I'm here to tell you about an amazing new way you can start losing weight for free right now. You've probably seen our workout DVDs on TV like P90X, Insanity, and 21 Day Fix. We just launched a beta trial of our new digital video platform, Beachbody On Demand. So while we're testing out this new digital video service, I'm inviting you to use it for free for 30 days. That means you can lose 10 pounds, 20 pounds, even 30 pounds without paying a dime. Text the word TRIAL to 303030, and you can do 30 days of P90X, Insanity, or any of over 400 workouts for free. Now here's the catch. In return, all I ask is you let us know what you think of the service so we can make Beachbody On Demand the best fitness and weight loss site ever created. Just text TRIAL to 303030 and get started for free right now. Again, text TRIAL to 303030.
Message and data rates may apply. Membership fees apply after 30-day free trial. Cancel anytime.
Here's David Kolsak, president of Turnkey IT, on how they do business differently.
It's been 20 years, and the business has changed probably 40 times in 20 years because technology changes every year, and you have to stay with it. You have to know where it's going and prognosticate where that is, and our clients really benefit from our knowledge and our experience and the way that we're reading the roadmap. We're putting them on things that are coming out in the future, and if it's not beneficial to the client, we won't be putting them on there. And a lot of people just fly by the seat of their pants. We have a director of information technology that his job is only to scout new technologies and how they can affect a small business. Every business, no matter if it's a funeral home, a manufacturer, a car dealer, whatever, we all rely on our information, and when that information isn't available, your business is shot. So our main purpose is to really do our very best to keep people up 100% of the time, to keep them backed up and make sure that they can do what they do, and we can deal with the technical stuff.
Leave the technical stuff to the pros at Turnkey so you can focus on the important things of your business. Visit turnkey.pro today.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Saturday Night Live cast, not the only ones doing impersonations. Trump had one of his own in Lancaster, PA. We'll pick that up at 5:38.
And later, Hillary Clinton heads to battleground state of Ohio with a huge superstar endorsement. We'll explain. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. We have 59 degrees. Major hurricane in the Caribbean threatening Haiti and Jamaica. National Hurricane Center spokesman Dennis Felgren says there's a good deal of uncertainty this morning on the track of powerful Matthew.
A number of the reliable computer models are still not in consensus. So it's too early to determine what, if any, hurricane impacts could occur along the state of Florida, let alone the remainder of the eastern United States.
Right now, Haiti and Jamaica are hunkering down. Matthew packing winds of 130 miles an hour or more. Former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani says Donald Trump does have an obligation to take advantage of tax loopholes.
Don't you think a man who has this kind of economic genius is a lot better for the United States than a woman, and the only thing she's ever produced? There's a lot of work for the FBI.
Page of Trump's 1995 tax return obtained by the New York Times shows the Republican presidential candidate reported a loss of nearly $1 billion that may have allowed him to avoid paying taxes for some years. Hillary Clinton expected to outline a plan today, make it easier for consumers to sue companies she calls bad corporate actors, and told a black church congregation over the weekend that reforms in policing can be done under a Clinton administration without vilifying law enforcement.
We can call for reforms to policing while still appreciating the many courageous and admirable officers out there.
The vice presidential nominees gearing up for their debate. Democrat Tim Kaine squares off against Republican Mike Pence in the 90-minute primetime debate tomorrow night. Pence saying Republicans are finally coming into the Donald Trump bandwagon.
This movement is coming together. This party is coming together. This country is coming together. We're going to make Donald Trump the next president of the United States of America.
But this morning, more than 4 in 10 Americans do not know who is running for vice president. Survey by ABC News found 41% of the people surveyed could not name Pence. However, nearly 47% couldn't identify Democratic nominee Tim Kaine. You'll be able to identify where to listen to the vice presidential debate right here on AM 560 tomorrow night beginning at 8 p.m. A shorthanded Supreme Court begins work today for a new term. The High Court continues to be short after the death of Antonin Scalia in February. Family and friends are devastated after a local college student was gunned down in a North Carolina shooting. 19-year-old Alicia Deardenay of Homewood was shot and killed along with one other person after a fight broke out outside of North Carolina A&T. Sunday sports, NFL, Bears over Detroit. WNBA playoffs, it was the Sky beating Los Angeles. Cubs now set for the playoffs after a 7-4 regular season-ending win over Cincinnati. Robin Ventura gone as manager of the White Sox after a 6-3 loss to Minnesota. The news, a service of Staples with low prices on ink and toner and an in-stock guarantee to ensure you always get what you need. Fast. In-stock guarantee applies to in-store selection only. Out-of-stock ink and toner ordered from an in-store kiosk with a $10 discount. Plus, free shipping. Limit 1 cartridge per customer. 5:36 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Plus up your day with Centrum Silver multivitamins, upgraded with more vitamin D3. It's a healthy addition you can feel good about. This is Bob.
Hi, I'm Bob.
His company put their trust in Air Comfort to keep their business running cool all summer. Bob knows the value of proper chiller maintenance that includes end-of-season service, so he'll be ready for next summer.
I'm ready.
Dave, on the other hand, thought he could put off servicing his chiller at the end of last season and had 3 complete shutdowns this summer. Needless to say, his staff and customers were not happy. Moral of the story? Preventative maintenance will save you time, money, and trouble. As the hot weather ends, you need maintenance on your chiller before the start of next season. Air Comfort has one of the largest commercial and industrial service groups in the Chicago area, with a dedicated factory-trained chiller department that takes a scientific approach to analyzing your system and determining any needed maintenance. They know how to work on large equipment, perform an analysis of your chiller, and get you ready for next season. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935.
Hiring people is probably the worst part of my job.
We started using ZipRecruiter about 3 months ago. One click and my job was posted to 100+ job boards, all the top sites.
All of the candidates came to my dashboard, and it's easy to compare them.
And I couldn't believe the number of great applicants we got. I don't know how we hired before ZipRecruiter.
Find the best candidates with ZipRecruiter, where your job is just 1 click away from 100+ job sites. And right now you can try ZipRecruiter free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio offer. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio offer.
Mike Rowe here for 1 hour. Today, Chuck is jogging in place to make a point about energy efficiency.
I thought I was training for a marathon.
He's been at it now for...
3 minutes.
And already he's wearing out.
I'm not.
Your heating and air conditioning systems are a lot like Chuck.
Warm yet somehow cool?
Wheezing, wasting energy, and probably headed for replacement.
You're talking about the air systems, right?
Sure, pal. Sure. Call 1 hour before it's too late.
Can you do the disclaimer for me?
Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Thanks.
5:38. Let's check the roads. AM 560 traffic center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Kennedy, right downtown near Monroe, with right lanes blocked with some concrete debris. Inbound Stevenson, it's stop and go Harlem to Cicero, about a 4-minute delay. Inbound Ryan delay start at the Stevenson, 22 minutes, 95 to downtown. I-57, 30 minutes already from I-80 to merge. Bishop Ford at 18. 80-94 westbound, so Wentworth to Torrance with a crash on the right shoulder. Traffic service of Staples. Staples has low prices on ink and toner and an in-stock guarantee to ensure you always get what you need fast. In-stock guarantee applies to in-store selection only. Out-of-stock ink and toner be ordered from in-store kiosk with a $10 discount plus free shipping. Limit 1 cartridge per customer. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte. AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, patchy fog this morning. In fact, there is a dense fog advisory for central and southern Illinois this morning. Traveling south, be careful. High 69. Partly cloudy and a low of 56 overnight. 59 right now. Next news coming up at 6, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Get Down to Business with Shalom Klein, the show for business and jobs powered by Tandem HR. Heard Sunday evenings at 6.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. A couple of programming notes. One is,
Yes.
at 7:37 this morning, We have one of those rodeo queens that, as Hillary calls them.
Oh, that's right.
Rodeo queens. This is from the woman who despises people who call women names, remember. Rodeo queen Juanita Broaddrick joins us at 7:37 after we had Kathleen Willey on Friday.
Yeah, and Juanita Broaddrick says that she has been shamed and humiliated and threatened by Hillary Clinton, so we'll get the latest from her.
And another programming note, today and tomorrow we're sitting in for Michael Medved, who is observing the Rosh Hashanah.
Yeah, Happy New Year, too, to all
Yes.
our friends out there.
He's observing Rosh Hashanah, so we're sitting in for Michael Medved 2 to 5 this afternoon.
Now, what are you going to wear for the afternoon show? Because, really,
Same thing.
Same thing?
Yeah.
Because I mean, if anything, I need to spend more time with you.
Yeah, I know. So you get
So we'll
7
just-
hours of us
7
today and
hours.
tomorrow. You want to tune in for that? That'll be fun.
That'll be fun, actually. It's quite an honor, so I'm looking forward to it.
It is, particularly for you.
Excuse me? I think for us,
Yes,
Dan.
of course,
Now, there's no you or
obviously.
me or I in
Right.
team. It's us.
We're one.
Yes, Damie.
Yes. Oh, gosh.
Please.
I could see that on the cover of People magazine right now. All right, so we were talking about Trump taxes, and we'll get to Hillary audio, to her hacked audio. And my question is, and I'll put this out to friends and listening audience, 312-642-5600, Turnkey.Pro answer line. Do you sense this is choreographed from both campaigns? Because, frankly, getting these couple of pages from his 95 tax return out over the weekend, a week in advance of the next debate, and given what the information provides, which is to say Donald Trump suffered heavy losses in his real estate business, which mitigated his tax liability. He did nothing wrong. He recovered. So as Chris Christie argued, it's actually a good story for Trump. It's a comeback story. Doesn't it help Trump on net, since we're talking about taxes? And then on the Hillary audio side, the audio is about her supposedly denigrating Bernie supporters. But then you have Bernie come on the Sunday shows and say, no, she's exactly right. And I didn't take any offense to that whatsoever. In fact, the hacked audio, there's no kind of 47% moment from Hillary Clinton. I think the audio that was hacked, again, from this February fundraiser and released over the weekend will serve to benefit Hillary. So I don't know. Maybe I'm being a little bit too conspiratorial. Maybe I'm.
This is a new side of the Ryder Cup. Really has affected you.
Exactly. It's all conspiracy theories for me now.
Oh my God.
But
Alex
this
Jones.
But misdirection plays. I mean, this is a relatively minor conspiracy, if there is one. Misdirection plays are nothing new in campaigns, and so if there is a way to get information out that would deflect a negative story that you don't want to continue to give air, or address a weakness, and you can, pretend that you've got clean hands in the release of that story, then all the better, because it sounds like it's objective and it turns what's a negative potentially into a positive.
Well, in case of the New York Times reporters who received, valiantly went to their mailbox and picked up a letter. An anonymous letter. They explain how they received it and what happened.
Well, that remains a mystery. A week ago Friday, my colleague Sue Craig went to her mailbox, and a week ago Friday there was an envelope typed to her front that was said to have come from the Trump organization, and she opened it, and there were tax return records for Donald Trump.
Wow, what a cliffhanger!
But what they did was they met with Trump's accountant from 1995 just to verify that this is real.
There's a reason. So she received those, and we published our story last night. So there was a lot of work that went in between her receiving them and us publishing the story. And I think the big breakthrough for us came midweek when our colleague David Barstow traveled to Florida and actually met with Trump's accountant, the man whose signature was on one of the forms that we had received.
Tell me more about you.
Who had prepared his taxes in 1995 and could confirm that, yes, in fact, these records are legitimate.
Stipulated.
So these are our new heroes, Sue Craig and David Borsig.
So stipulated that they're real. And so what? So what?
They're just trying to say that he wasn't a wonderful bussman that he claims he was.
So here's the thing. In The Art of the Deal, there's a vignette where Donald Trump, and I actually read the book. I'm sure the New York Times reporters didn't even bother There's a vignette where Donald Trump is walking down, Fifth Avenue, Madison, wherever, somewhere in New York, and he sees a homeless guy. And he reflects, he says, that homeless guy right there is worth almost $1 billion more than I am. Because he was talking about the real estate losses he had suffered. And so the 95 tax returns suggesting he's still suffering from a down market, whatever his holdings were, whatever the market was at the time. I don't recall. And so I'm sorry. I'm unclear. No one is alleging that he broke the law. So he used business losses to mitigate his tax liability. And so what is the issue?
Because people don't think he pitched in and paid his fair share for the military, for the roads, and for other services.
I'm sorry.
That hardworking Americans like ourselves pay taxes, and he didn't.
I'm sorry. So when you take a charitable deduction, when you take your mortgage deduction,
Which I do,
which you do,
Yeah.
your homeowner's exemption, how is that different?
Oh, you got me.
Yeah. See, there's no difference.
You let it hang there for a little bit.
Well, that's for
and
dramatic effect.
He has paid hundreds of millions in property taxes and all real estate taxes.
And every other tax and income taxes at some point during his 70 years on this planet. The point is that there's no story here. And this is easily dispatched by Trump if he can stay focused on it, if it's raised in the next debate. I suspect they may move on because I think this story is going to fizzle.
Well, their one reaction was that this is an extension of the Clinton campaign, that the media is an extension of the Clinton campaign. But I think that they should come out and say he did pay federal. I mean, what about if the next year he made?
They did say it. They did
Yeah.
say the Trump campaign did say to your point, he's paid hundreds of millions in all of these other taxes at every level, including federal income tax. So what does a couple of pages from his 95 tax return tell you? It tells you that he followed the law and took advantage of the tax laws as somebody else wrote them. And I mean, this is a big nothing burger. And so they can try and foment this. Hillary Clinton paid taxes while he didn't. That's not going anywhere. So it's a twofer for Trump. He gets to say, yeah, it's no big deal. I didn't pay taxes. I suffer real estate losses, which everybody knows. I wrote about in one of my books, for goodness sake.
And then he wrote The Art of the Comeback.
And
True.
And then the media is in the tank for Hillary Clinton because look at to the lengths they'll go. That's why I think there's choreography here. Ed in Oak Brook.
Yeah, real simple, Dan. This plays exactly into the hands of the immature and the ignorant, like a person like Amy. But if you consider it, Trump, all the money he's made or lost, he made it on his own or through business deals. The Clintons have not made one dime that hasn't been through government selling influence or assets or whatever. So you can't even compare the two.
Donald Trump got $14 million from his dad.
Trying, where Clinton is just ripping off this country left and right. And look at all the payroll that Trump has made. Hillary has never made a payroll. Anyone that's worked for her has also gotten paid from the government as well. Have a nice day.
Thanks for the call, Ed. I mean, by the way, is inherited wealth a bad thing? I mean, because I assume you know a lot.
But he just said.
I assume you know a lot of people who inherited money.
I know some people, and some have made.
Are they bad people?
No, they're not bad people.
Okay, so then why are you
pissed it away?
Why are you obsessing about it?
He just said Donald Trump earned everything that he's gotten. No, he had a nice head start of $14 million. That's all I'm saying. That's not a bad thing because with that $14 million, he turned it into billions.
Okay, well there you go. I mean,
Just
so let's not play the Hillary Clinton game.
And don't stop talking about my family's millions of dollars too that I inherited.
Exactly.
Really, I know that's a non-topic.
You just do this for the love of radio. Jordan in Forest Park.
Morning, Dan. The thing with Trump is very similar to if you own a stock and the stock tanks and you sell the stock at a loss. You can use the loss against future gains on stock in the future, and it's very common. A lot of average people probably are aware of that.
Right. Yeah, right, exactly. Or, if you go to a casino and you lose a bunch of money, you can use the losses to offset your winnings, for example.
Oh, Dan, how do you know about that? Maybe it was your
Friend told me.
Your week in Cleveland?
Kent in Lincoln Park.
Hey, good morning, guys. Okay, a couple quick points. First of all, Amy, if you don't feel that your family's money that you work for your entire life isn't earned when your family passes it on to you, okay, I've lost completely the way you think. As for if this is planned, Dan, 100%. Their emails leaked that showed that CNN, they were planting questions with CNN to, the Clinton campaign was. Okay, and the last thing, very rarely, Dan, will I ever disagree with you, but I am going to disagree with you on one thing here. If Donald Trump wins the presidency, somebody's probably going to go to prison for releasing his tax return.
No, I don't know. Maybe. Thanks for the call, Ken.
They're looking into it.
Yeah, but the IRS, as it's currently constituted under this regime, the idea that the New York Times reporters would have anything to fear from John Koskinen and this IRS, that's comical. That's what I'm saying. Amy, Candace in DuPage.
Hey, Amy, what you need to understand, too, is that all these buildings, I don't know how many he owns, but a lot, they all have capital expenditures every year, which are huge, huge costs that you have to spread. They don't let you just, pay off a $100,000 roof in a year. You have to spread that, too. So it's so easy to see how developers can go for years without paying taxes, because they have humongous costs affiliated with their business. You need to understand that, too.
All right. Thanks, Candace.
Thanks, Candace.
She was very nice about it, too.
Good. Fred on the north side.
Yeah, the justified hate and anger is why the tax law is written like that. A guy with his fantastic amount of money should still be forced to pay taxes to support the Army.
He does pay taxes. Sharon in Itasca.
Hi, I just wanted to say I'm surprised Bernie Sanders made any remark, because is it just me, or didn't his wife be responsible directly for bankrupting a college in Burlington, Vermont?
Yes.
I mean, what can we say,
Thanks for the call, Sharon. Well, I mean, again, it's so Fred, liberal Fred from the north side, the tax law shouldn't be written like this. Okay, fine. We can have that conversation. The tax law shouldn't be so Byzantine. It shouldn't have all these carve-out and exemptions and exceptions and credits and deductions. I agree. It should be very simple. But it's funny, the liberals like Fred don't want it to be the Steve Forbes postcard. They don't want to go to a simple flat tax. They want all these and so do the politicians on both sides. But don't say Trump is doing something illicit when everybody has a carve-out, an exception, a deduction, a credit because of the nature of the tax code where politicians try and bribe people with their own money.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Hillary Clinton receives a huge endorsement from somebody in Ohio. But first, here's your forecast. Some morning fog, otherwise mostly sunny skies, a few high clouds, pleasant, a high of 69 degrees. Tonight, a low of 56, and tomorrow, just a spectacular day. It's going to be mostly sunny and a high in the mid-70s. Let's get those travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. 8094 westbound. Traffic is heavy. Approaching Torrance Avenue. There was an earlier crash there on the right side. Seeing delays on the inbound Eisenhower from Wolf to First Avenue. 35 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 5 to 29. Stevenson, 43 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan is 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57 already, 30 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop 421. Tollways are good. No delays to report yet on the Edens. The Kennedy Express lane should be reopening momentarily on the inbound side. They haven't yet. Traffic's getting heavy now coming out of the River Road toll. That's traffic on AM 560, The Answer.
The Chicago Symphony Orchestra returns to the Edmund Memorial Chapel at Wheaton College for a new 3-concert series October 28th, March 17th, and April 21st. Witness the extraordinary music making of the CSO in these 3 performances led by acclaimed conductors, including Zell music director Riccardo Muti. Also, don't miss exemplary soloists like violinist Baiba Skrida, pianist Mitsuko Uchida, and CSO concertmaster Robert Chen. Tickets are on sale now, including 3 concert packages starting at $105. For tickets, call 312-294-3000 or visit cso.org/Wheaton.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies. My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
I was inducted into the Utah Tennis Hall of Fame. When you get to be a senior, almost 77, you lose a step here, you lose a little reflex, lose a little timing. But the thing I've noticed since I've been on Balance of Nature is that I'm just as perky as ever. I don't get tired. It's a wonderful feeling. I can play 4 and 5 hours of tennis a day, and up to that time, I've been on them a couple of months. I couldn't do that. That's the main thing that has helped me immensely.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
I just love CertaPro painters. You know, they've been to our home twice now, painted our chipped front porch and my son's bedrooms. Sharp lines, vibrant colors. And you know, fall is right around the corner, the season of colors, so now is the perfect time to update your home. Whether it's a bold new warm color for the dining room or a fresh take on your home's exterior, call CertaPro painters to transform and protect your home before cold weather arrives. Plus, the holidays will be here before you know it. So now is the perfect time to give your home that updated look you've been wanting. Call now to schedule your fall painting project. 1-800-GO-CERTA. I trust CertaPro painters in my home. They were nice guys. They cleaned up after themselves. There wasn't a single drop of paint anywhere except on my beautiful walls. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated, so you'll feel confident knowing that these are local business owners who are part of your community. Call now for your free fall painting estimate at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's 1-800-GOCERTA. Or visit CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
A couple years ago, I had a severe accident which disabled my right hand and caused chronic pain and complete suffering. It took many years before really we figured out exactly what it was or how to treat it. My whole goal was I did not want to be on high levels of pain medicine. After some time, I went to see Dr. Kenneth Candido to try to figure out the source of the pain and a solution and how to solve it. He listens. I'm going to cry because it's so real. I've been through so much, and he wants to help his patients, and he's there for me whenever I need him.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
All right, we'll get to Hillary's quote-unquote hacked audio, and Julian Assange postpones his big reveal.
But first, let's go into the newsroom with the Kim Kardashian latest. Kidding. Here's Mike Scott.
A major hurricane in the Caribbean. Matthew threatening Haiti and Jamaica. Fox with the latest on that story in a moment. A man shot and killed by police in Markham, and a Homewood College student killed in North Carolina in a shooting there. Robin Ventura says no thanks, not coming back as skipper of the White Sox. Bears notch a win, and the Cubs over the Reds. WIND Chicago News Time, 6.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. His wife just got robbed.
And that stole the show in New York City, where Kanye West announced,
Sorry, family emergency, I have to stop the show.
And as Sammy Smiley posted on Twitter, he walked off the stage. Fox's Simon Owen has more on the attack on Kim Kardashian West, live in our European bureau.
Dave Kardashian West's publicist saying the star was shaken but physically unharmed after an attack in Paris overnight. A French police source telling Reuters that Kardashian West had a gun put to her head as robbers wearing ski masks and possibly dressed as police tied her up and locked her in the bathroom of a luxury apartment where she was staying. The 5 robbers making off with jewelry worth more than $10 million. Dave?
Simon, the day before their running mates debate, Hillary Clinton will campaign in Ohio. Donald Trump will rally in Colorado as the Republican faces criticism about his taxes and TV show. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, Trump is not confirming or denying a New York Times report that says he may not have paid federal taxes for nearly 2 decades after his companies lost more than $900 million. New Jersey Republican Governor Chris Christie turned the report on its ear on Fox News Sunday, saying it's actually a good story for Trump.
What it shows is what an absolute mess the federal tax code is. And that's why Donald Trump is the person best positioned to fix it.
Meanwhile, former contestants on NBC's The Apprentice say Trump demeaned women. A campaign spokeswoman called the story outlandish and totally false. Dave.
Regional Hurricane Matthew's charging toward Jamaica and Haiti. Flooding and mudslides are big concerns. The storm could dump up to 40 inches of rain on some areas.
The last time we had a hurricane that came this far south up towards Haiti was Hazel in 1954, and it killed 1,000 people.
Fox meteorologist Janice Dean. Matthew on track to also hit Haiti, maybe the U.S. East Coast. Later, the one track as the storm headed toward the Carolinas later in the week. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Skies are cloudy. We have 59 degrees this early morning, 6:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Family and friends devastated this morning after a college student from the south suburbs was gunned down in North Carolina near North Carolina A&T University. 19-year-old Alicia Dieudonné of Homewood was killed along with another man during a fight that broke out at a house party in Greensboro. Police believe they were innocent bystanders. Chicago police say a shooting outside a Southwest Side train station has left one man dead, another hurt. Police say officers responded this Sunday morning. Found a 20-year-old man shot in the neck and a 24-year-old man wounded by gunfire. The 20-year-old was pronounced dead at the scene near the CTA's Pink Line stop and California station. A woman is dead following a rollover crash on the Dan Ryan Expressway on Chicago's South Side. State police say Brenda Whitehead was driving an SUV that flipped near 47th Street. Illinois State Police say they're investigating the fatal shooting of a man by police in Markham. Master Sergeant Jason Bradley tells us the shooting happened Sunday outside a nightclub. Bradley says a Markham police officer fatally shot that man, identified as 36-year-old Dante Jones. Sunday NFL, Bears over the Lions, 17-14. Nice games for Brian Hoyer and rookie running back Jordan Howard. WNBA playoffs, Sky over L.A., 70-66. Baseball, Minnesota beat the White Sox 6-3, and Robin Ventura then announced he would not be back as manager.
I'm not going to be back as a manager next year, and I just feel it's the right time. It's more of a personal decision than anything.
Bench coach and former Cubs skipper Rick Renteria likely to take over. Cubs over Cincinnati 7-4. They will cool their heels until their first playoff game on Friday. Rye Moore won the Ryder Cup clinching match. USA beat Europe in the Twin Cities 17-11 to reclaim the trophy at Hazeltine. The News, a service of Staples with low prices on ink and toner and an in-stock guarantee to ensure you always get what you need fast. In-stock guarantee applies to in-store selection only. Out-of-stock ink and toner will be ordered from in-store kiosk with $10 discount plus free shipping. Limit 1 cartridge per customer. 6:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
America is taking the lead in energy.
Leading the world in oil and natural gas production.
I vote to keep it going.
With the right policies, we can produce, refine, and supply
more oil and natural gas.
And more abundant energy
means more affordable energy for American families.
A more secure America.
Jobs.
Opportunity and economic growth. For our children
and grandchildren.
That's why this election,
I'm voting
for American energy.
Learn more at voteforenergy.org.
Join us and become an energy voter.
Brought to you by American Petroleum Institute.
You're listening to the actual sound of Jupiter.
Its electromagnetic waves were captured by a probe and beamed roughly 365 million miles to scientists on Earth. But say those same scientists wanted to host a video conference to show off their work. They'd probably need to call IT to have them set up video and a 15-digit dial-in that might not even work. At Vonage, we think it's about time business communications caught up. See what Vonage can do for your business at Vonage.com/it'saboutTime.
This is a life-changing message for anyone with sleep apnea who is on the go and tired of dragging around a big, bulky home CPAP device. Now there's finally a portable device that's as small as a soda can and weighs less than a pound. You can even add a battery that's as tiny as a deck of cards. It's the Transcend Mini CPAP, and if you're one of the first 100 callers, you can try Transcend risk-free for 10 days. So call now, 1-800-400-2199. Transcend is the world's first portable mini CPAP device. It gives you the freedom to sleep in total comfort anywhere you are. Our smallest and most advanced portable design ever, Transcend is so small and so light, you can fit it in your briefcase or purse to use anywhere you go. It's FAA compliant too, so you can even sleep comfortably while flying. To guarantee your 10-day in-home trial, you must be one of the first 100 callers to call minicpap.com now. 1-800-400-2199. Again, that's 1-800-400-2199.
Our time is 6:06. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 Traffic Center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Traffic is heavy around O'Hare, eastbound Adams Tollway. Traffic is stop and go from Elmhurst Road onto the Kennedy, where delays continue to around Cumberland. We're looking at a travel time actually around Nagle now. It's about 25 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. Out on 27, so Lawrence to 190, where there was an earlier crash at River Road. The delays persist there. Edens is good. Inbound Eisenhower, heavy Wolf to First. 35 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 29. Stevenson, 45 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Bryan is 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. Traffic service is 7-Eleven. October 3rd through the 9th at 7-Eleven, you have freedom to choose any size cup of hot coffee for free through the 7-Eleven app. 7 days, 7 cups of coffee, 7 reasons why you can go on with your caffeinated self. At participating locations, limited time offer, taxes may apply. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
After patchy morning fog, we'll see clouds and sun for the day. High 69, partly cloudy night, low 56. Mostly sunny tomorrow, high 74, and a partly cloudy night, low 61. Clouds and sun with a shower or a thunderstorm around Wednesday, high 78. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
59 at O'Hare, 62 at Midway. Next news, 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Alpha Wealth Group, bringing the trilogy of estate, tax, and investment planning together. Visit alphawealthgroup.com for a free report.
Good morning. Welcome to your Monday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
This is Vin Scully wishing you a very pleasant good afternoon wherever you may be.
This is a guy who, when lots of businesses went out of business in the early 1990s, he fought and clawed back to build another fortune, to create tens of thousands of more jobs.
I mean, the man in The Art of the Deal, this is described. First of all, we're talking about 26 years ago, perfectly legal.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We were talking Trump taxes. It's worth noting that last year, so Hillary did release her tax returns. Last year, she and Bill gave $1.042 million to charity. $1 million of that was to the Clinton Family Foundation. Now, that's different than the Clinton Foundation that we talk about. The Family Foundation is different, but it's still $1 million that
she gave to herself.
Which you're right, a charitable deduction that she gave to a foundation over which she and Bill have control. So, I mean, does that mitigate the philanthropic quotient of that donation?
Well, yeah, because you're trying to be generous, but you're self-serving in the process.
Yeah, I would
say. So that looks a little bad.
But then, of course, I mean, the Clinton Family Foundation, I'm sure, does great work, just as the Clinton global initiative does as well. Yawn.
Well, I have a friend who donated money to the Clinton Foundation, thousands of dollars. And I said, well, what is that going toward? Do you know? And he said, oh, it's a handout to help people who have HIV in Africa.
Yeah,
well, that's a broad continent.
Yeah,
there's
I'm
a
sure.
lot going on in Africa.
And there's also a story you may want to tell your friend, since he or she is obviously not paying attention and just probably really just wants to be invited to a state dinner or something. There was a report about those HIV drugs that they were handing out in Africa that they were watered down. So, I mean, not that the Clintons would skimp on providing for someone else, but, they did have to pay for their travel. So, I mean, you can understand that. Yeah, he may want to go take a look at the the foundation books to which he donated, see if his money's being put to good use. But I understand for Clinton Foundation donors, it's about access or it's about pretending to be interested in other people. That's so much the attitude of the left, which is why they, generally speaking, are not as philanthropic as conservatives, just by the numbers. So here's the released audio this weekend. This is the hacked audio.
Stacked.
From a Clinton fundraiser, Hillary fundraiser in February. This is hacked and released, and I am suspect about it. And here's why I'm suspect that this was hacked and not surreptitiously released by the Clinton campaign to friendlies in the D.C. press corps. Because listen to what is unearthed from this hacking. This is Hillary Clinton audio from that fundraiser. Listen to this riff. Let's try it again. Let's try it again.
It is important to recognize what's going on in this election. Everybody who's ever been in any election that I'm aware of is quite bewildered because there is a strain of, on the one hand, a kind of populist, nationalist, xenophobic, discriminatory kind of approach that we hear too much of from the Republican candidates. And on the other side, there's just a deep desire to believe that, we can have free college, free health care, that what we've done hasn't gone far enough and we just need to, go as far as, Scandinavia, whatever that means. And half the people don't know what it means, but it is something that they deeply feel. So as a friend of mine said the other day, I am occupying from the center left to the center right. And I don't have much company there because it is difficult when you're running to be president and you understand how hard the job is. I don't want to overpromise. I don't want to tell people things that I know we cannot do.
It's like a campaign speech. I mean, what is revelatory about that hacked audio? She's saying, I occupy the center left to the center right, which is what she wants people to believe she occupies. Mm-hmm. She wants people to believe she's a centrist. That's trying to advance her market position. Well, she's obviously going to do that at a fundraiser to the well-heeled set that also sees themselves as centrists, even though many of them don't believe in theory what they do in practice and essentially finance the radical left. But that's not what their perception is. So how is that anything but advancing Hillary's narrative of being kind of this centrist pragmatist?
Well, I think this is different than when she's out on the campaign trail, because when she's out on the campaign trail, she's offering, free college. Will lower your student loan debt. So this was a little bit refreshing for me to hear. I thought, oh, she actually sounds like she's being honest here.
Right. It's refreshing for you to hear. That's why I don't believe it's hacked. Oh. That's why I believe it's released. This is my exact point. Listen, now she goes on to talk about Bernie supporters. And listen to this, and then we'll get to Bernie's reaction to it.
Some are new to politics completely. They're children of the Great Recession, and they are living in their parents' basement. They feel that they got their education, and the jobs that are available to them are not at all what they envisioned for themselves, and they don't see much of a future. If you're feeling that you're consigned to, being a barista or some other job that doesn't pay a lot and doesn't have much of a ladder of opportunity attached to it, then the idea that maybe, just maybe, you could be part of a political revolution is pretty appealing.
Yeah. And so is that an appeal to Bernie supporters, or is that a critique? Trump tweeted out that this was, some kind of attack on Bernie supporters and trying to make an appeal to them. I don't That's not how it sounds to me.
It doesn't sound like she was patronizing Bernie Sanders supporters.
She sounds like she's identifying the same problem that Bernie Sanders did, and that's what he said when he was on. Where was he on?
I think it was Face the Nation.
Yeah, FTN this weekend. He said this.
Or that.
What she was saying there is absolutely correct, and that is you got millions of young people, many of whom took out loans in order to go to college, hoping to go out and get decent paying good jobs, and you know what? They're unable to do that. And yes, they do want a political revolution. They want to make sure that when they get out of school, they can get a job that pays them wages and salaries commensurate with the education they have. I think that's a very important point.
So she's pandering because, as you said, she's introduced this free college initiative flying off of Bernie Sanders, free, quote unquote. So she's pandering, but all of that audio and then Bernie Sanders going on the Sunday talk shows to reinforce it, to send the message to whatever percentage of Feel the Burners that still genuflect before him, that what she's saying is absolutely correct and is consistent with what I said. You're telling me that wasn't choreographed? This is another bombshell of unearthed audio of Hillary Clinton. I think this was promulgated by the campaign to advance Hillary's interests, not to undermine them in any way, shape, or form. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636-DA, turnkey.pro text line. And as I said, similarly, I would not be surprised if the documents that came from inside the building at Trump Tower, those three pages of 95 tax returns, I wouldn't be surprised if that is a false flag operation by Donald Trump to get that out there, too, because I think the story benefits him.
Yeah, and the return address is the Trump Tower. I mean, that's what's so ironic and kind of like it adds to an air of mystery about who leaked these 3 pages of his New York State tax returns.
Right. It gives you this conception that there's some deep throat in Trump Tower when, it was probably Kellyanne Conway with gloves on, putting it in an envelope and sending it off. I mean,
but then also, too, over the weekend, they released Donald Trump's deposition that he gave because he's suing the chef that was supposed to work for him at his new Washington, D.C. hotel. And ABC kept saying, new audio the Trump campaign doesn't want you to see. There was nothing nefarious in that at all. There was not. The guy said he broke his contract because of what Donald Trump had said about Mexicans. And I mean, but it was not. There was nothing. There was no there.
So there's a couple of facets to this, right? There's the yellow journalism of the D.C. press corps.
Yeah,
and
showing it's bright yellow this morning.
Right. So there's that, but I also think that both stories and the tax documents is going to get much more play. Of course, you see it on the headlines tonight or this morning, I should say, as you did over the weekend. Bombshell about Trump taxes. So that's going to get more play, but I think both stories are beneficial to the respective candidates. Let's go to Chip in St. Charles. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
I enjoy Hillary Clinton saying that she's a centrist candidate, but she wants to ban all guns in the United States. That doesn't seem very centrist to me. And free college for all college students, who's supposed to pay for that? That doesn't seem very centrist to me either.
Yeah, well, they're right. Thanks
That's
for the call,
what Bernie Sanders campaigned on. That's why the youngins, the millennials, the hipsters, we're supposed to call them now. That's what they were attracted to Bernie Sanders about.
Well, I'll tell you what, these stories also underscore something else, the complete loss of faith in the Fourth Estate by the American public. And Rasmussen did a survey on this, finding 29% of likely U.S. voters trust media fact-checking of candidates' comments. 62%, by contrast, believe instead that news organizations skew the facts to help support the candidates they support. 88% of voters who support Trump in the presidential race believe news organizations skew the facts, while most Clinton backers, 59%, trust the media fact-checking. Of course they trust the media fact-checking, the majority of them, because the fact-checking is used, the fact-checking, quote-unquote, is used to denigrate their opponents. We know what the partisan affiliation is of the D.C. press corps from Gallup polls going back to 1960. 84 to 92% of D.C. press corps members, the Gang of 500, if you will, the Mark Halperin term, vote for the Democrat nominee for president. And so my question always is, do you think the news coverage would be different if 84 to 92% of the D.C. press corps voted for the Republican candidate for president cycle after cycle? I think so.
Just a little bit.
And John Hindraker in Powerline blog has a good piece on this topic, and it's consistent with these stories we've been discussing on the taxes and the audio. Witnessing the final demise of mainstream media. He writes that if this year's presidential election has a silver lining, it's the final demise of mainstream media. It's not to say liberal media is going away, but liberal media's claim to being mainstream, reliable, objective, fair, unlike fringe or partisan news sources, is gone forever, and that's a good thing. And the Rasmussen polling data confirms that. Chuck in Orland Park, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, Dan?
Yep.
Yeah, hi, Amy and Dan. This is ridiculous. These Democrats going on. It's like he never paid taxes. He paid taxes every year through his company, whether we were payroll taxes, FICA taxes, MICA taxes, unemployment taxes, real estate taxes. He paid each and every year. He got a tax credit, which amounts to about 10% of his income for 18 years. I get a tax credit when I file and write off my mortgage and my taxes.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Right.
They make a big deal out of nothing.
Yep, that's it. Thanks for the call, Chuck. That's why I think this release of this New York Times story actually has the opposite effect the New York Times intends, which is to make the issue go away largely. Philip in Blue Island.
Lose $900 million, and Giuliani considers him to be a genius. I mean, and they're coming from Giuliani, somebody who marries his cousin. But to lose $900 million and to be still considered, what geopolitical nonsense is that?
How did he do? How did he do after he lost $900 million?
I beg your pardon?
How did he do after he reported that $900 million loss 20 years ago? How's he done in the last 20 years? Pretty good or not so good?
I mean, even though it was 95, I don't understand your question.
How has he done in the 20 years since that 95 tax return? So
Well,
since
we don't know, 'cause he won't release his tax return.
excuse me.
We don't know.
Let's not be silly. We don't know how Donald Trump has done financially in the last 20 years. How many tens of millions of dollars has he poured into his own campaign? So I ask the question again, how has he done in business in the last 20 years since the 95 tax return?
No. How will we know?
Thanks for the call, Philip. If you don't want to be honest.
No. Well,
Jim in
help me out.
Tampa.
He won't release his tax returns, and he says he's a
lack of
billionaire.
confidence in the fact checkers just really zeroes back to the point you've been making on the show about the importance of character. There's something deeper than facts, beyond facts, and that's what we've all got to go to inside our own hearts. We've got to look at these people and determine what we believe their character is and go from there.
Thanks for the call, Jim. And I echo that sentiment, which you're echoing my sentiment. How do we know how well Donald Trump has done?
Because he's donated to his own campaign?
I mean, the amount of money he's personally spent, the properties that he owns, the golf courses and the hotels and Mar-a-Lago and the place at Trump Tower, flying around on his private plane. And I mean, I don't know if he's worth $10 billion or $1 billion or $500 million or whatever it is, but the idea that he hasn't done well is since he survived one real estate market downturn and probably another one in 2008 is just absurd. It's absurd on the face by what we know he controls and what we know he's spent.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Today, some morning fog. Otherwise, we're going to have some sun and some high clouds. Pretty nice out there. A high of 69 degrees tonight, a low of 56. And tomorrow just looks like an absolutely gorgeous day. Mostly sunny skies, a high in the mid-70s. Anything mild on the roadways? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Amy, there's a big closure in Antioch of 173 between 83 and Grimm due to a crash. McMill and emergency crews are there. Kennedy, 25 minutes O'Hare to downtown, outbound 35 with additional delays on 190 after a crash at River Road. The Eisenhower, 43 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 33. Stevenson, 46 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 28 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 30 minutes, I-80 to the merge. Mission 426. Eastbound Adams Tollway, slow 59 to Barrington Road and Elmhurst Road onto the Kennedy. I'm Jim Talamonte of the AM560 Traffic Center.
The secret to how the rich keep getting richer is by passing down their wealth, generation to generation. If you do the same thing, you'll be leaving a legacy and be doing one of the most important things possible for the people you love. The ugly truth is, you don't have an estate plan. Everything you own, including your house, cars, investments, everything could be tied up in courts for a year or longer. It could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in probate and legal fees, even double government taxation. You can avoid this painful, costly mistake by contacting Tom Fortino of the Alpha Wealth Group. Tom hosts the Alpha Wealth Hour, heard Saturday mornings at 9 on AM 560, and has been a featured expert on Fox Business, Fortune, and Money Magazine. Right now, Alpha Wealth Group is offering you a free estate planning kit if you call 630-873-6326. That's 630-873-6326. 630-873-6326. Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc.
Hiring people is probably the worst part of my job. It's such a hassle, the searching, the sorting through resumes. Most people don't have the right experience.
We started using ZipRecruiter about 3 months ago. Right from the start, you could tell it was going to make hiring a lot easier. One click and my job was posted to 100+ job boards, all the top sites.
All of the candidates came to my dashboard, and it's easy to compare them. Thumbs up if I liked them, thumbs down if I didn't. No emails and attachments, printing up docs, phone calls, none of that.
And I couldn't believe the number of great applicants we got. I had the person we needed within 1 week. I don't know how we hired before ZipRecruiter.
Whether you're looking to fill one position or 20, find the best candidates with ZipRecruiter, where your job is just one click away from 100+ job sites. ZipRecruiter, the fastest way to hire. And right now you can try ZipRecruiter free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/work. That's ZipRecruiter.com/work. ZipRecruiter.com/work.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, Saturday Night Live spoofed the debate. Of course they did in the season premiere on Saturday.
And they did a pretty good job. But I don't like Alec Baldwin as Donald Trump.
Yeah.
It was a little...
Daryl Hammond is better.
Much better.
Yeah,
but he was busy because he
that.
played Bill Clinton in a different skit. So I guess you have to spread out the talent.
I suppose. And Phil Hartman's not around, unfortunately.
Moment of silence.
But I thought that some of the Hillary riffs were pretty funny. I mean, of course, they did what you would expect. It mostly focused on Trump, and he's a racist and a crude and all the things that the left would want him to be.
But they took a few digs at Hillary.
Yeah, I mean, this was a good one.
Yes, yes. Of course I do. Donald Trump has terrible judgment. He makes bad decisions. He's spent his life cheating middle-class laborers. Laborers like my own human father, who made, I guess, drapes or printed drapes or sold drapes or something with drapes, and he was relatable, and I am also relatable.
That was pretty
My
good.
favorite part, though, is when he said, do you want to respond, Secretary Clinton? And she's like, no, Donald Trump, you just keep talking.
Yeah. Well, I like this, too, bringing up Alicia Machado, which, of course, Donald Trump took the bait and became a story for 3 days, ridiculously. But this was, it was pretty funny. They did a nice job parroting exactly how Alicia Machado was raised.
Well, this has been an illuminating debate, but now it's time for our final...
Alicia Machado.
I'm sorry, what was that? Who is Alicia Machado?
Thank you for bringing that up, Lester. She is a strong, beautiful political prop that I almost forgot to mention tonight, even though we already made a web video about her.
Yeah, that was good.
That's good.
That was good. And remember that moment where she has a name, Donald?
Yeah.
She has a name. Well, so do all of these Bill Clinton accusers, Hillary. They have names, Hillary. And I just want to make a programming note again at 7:37. We're going to talk to one of them, and her name is Juanita Broaddrick.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Building owners and managers. Bruce Diedrich here from Waukegan Roofing. It's that time of year again. Another unpredictable Chicago winter is just around the corner. Now is the perfect time of year for a service and maintenance agreement with Waukegan Roofing. Waukegan Roofing has been installing and maintaining roofs you can rely on for all of Chicagoland. Our experienced team of service technicians is the right solution for your new or existing roofing system for years to come. With your dedicated service tech and our multi-point inspection program, we cover all areas of your roof, from early detection to preventative maintenance and repairs. Now is the time to prepare your roof for the harsh Chicago winter ahead. Call Waukegan Roofing today for your service and maintenance appointment. Call us at 877-ROOF-201, that's 877-ROOF-201, or visit us online at waukeganroofing.com. Waukegan Roofing, installing roofs you can rely on since 1914.
Illinois licensee 104000761.
Love from Above Inc. is hosting its first conference, The Power of Mercy, at the Rosemont Convention Center on Saturday, October 8th. As a woman, do you feel that your voice is being heard? This election, some candidates argue that abortion is good health care. However, what about the emotional, physical, psychological aftermath of abortion or the increase of breast cancer? As women, it is time to take our power back by exposing Planned Parenthood's population control agenda on women. The women's movement will no longer speak for us. If these issues resonate, I implore you to come on Saturday, October 8th to the Rosemont Convention Center. Time is running out. Join us today and be heard in the most important election of our lifetime. Contact us at lovefromaboveinc.com. Sponsored by Power, protectors of women's equal rights.
Go to lovefromaboveinc.com. That's lovefromaboveinc.com.
Business owners and managers, you likely aren't getting the most out of your phone system, and whether you realize it or not, you could be losing revenue. At AM 560, Innovative Networks is more than a client. They're also a company we work with and highly recommend. They excel at providing innovative solutions to reinforce your company's phone infrastructure and enhance call flow. We appreciate how comprehensive, diligent, and cost-effective Innovative Networks was in providing network solutions that scale with our business. And amazingly, they can replace your outdated phone system at no cost. Plus, provide hands-on training to maximize your capabilities. Your bottom line will improve, and you'll be better equipped to focus on growing your business. We're thrilled with Innovative Networks and suggest you call Innovative Networks at 312-889-9090. They're A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau. Call 312-889-9090 or visit go4inet.com. That's go, the number 4, INET.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, Donald Trump's tweet tirade, and then what he did Saturday night may have been more entertaining than Saturday Night Live.
And the partisan affiliation of professors at the top 40 universities.
But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, 57 degrees, and the NTSB back on the scene this morning, already continuing to search for clues. Find out what caused last week's deadly New Jersey train crash. Train's engineer, Thomas Gallagher, apparently telling investigators all he remembers right now is waking up on the floor of his cab. New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, commenting on the investigation, says it's important to avoid jumping to conclusions right now.
We don't know if it was error by the engineer, whether there was a medical emergency with the engineer, which caused him to lose control, or whether it was some other type of mechanical failure.
Meantime, the NTSB says one of the data recorders pulled from the wreckage apparently was not working. It's too dangerous to retrieve the other recorder. Former Democratic presidential candidate Bernie Sanders says a leaked page from Donald Trump's 1995 tax return illustrates inequality between the rich and the rest of America.
Rich are getting richer, almost everybody else is getting poorer. And yet billionaires like Donald Trump are able to manipulate the tax system so that they avoid paying federal income tax.
Meantime, the Cleveland Police Patrolmen's Association is endorsing Donald Trump for president. It's the first time the organization has endorsed any presidential candidate.
I think that we have some credibility, definitely in the state, if not the nation, for the huge success that we had with the RNC. And I really do believe, what we have to say on this matters. And that's in the best interest, by the way, of all law-abiding citizens.
Union President Steve Loomis, strongest Caribbean hurricane in nearly a decade, bearing down on Haiti and Jamaica today. Hurricane Matthew packing winds of 130 miles an hour. Family and friends devastated after a college student from the south suburbs was gunned down at a North Carolina college. 19-year-old Alicia Deardune of Homewood was shot along with another man near North Carolina A&T. And a woman is dead following a rollover crash on the Dan Ryan Expressway on Chicago's south side. The vehicle flipped near 47th Street. State police continue their investigation. NFL Sunday, Bears over the Lions 17-14. Baseball, Cubs beat Cincinnati. Twins end the White Sox season with a 6-3 loss. And then Robin Ventura announced he would not be back as manager. The news, a service of Staples. Staples has low prices on ink and toner and an in-stock guarantee to ensure you will always get what you need, fast. In-stock guarantee applies to in-store selection only. Out-of-stock ink and toner will be ordered from in-store kiosk with $10 discount, plus free shipping. Limit 1 cartridge per customer. Our time is 6:34. We'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Remodel your kitchen with Galaxy. Buy one cabinet and get one free with free financing and design services. Call 773-783-8300.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
Well, I had back pain for the last 40 years. 4 days after I started taking this stuff, it's gone.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code CHICAGO.
Our time is 6:36. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 Traffic Center time. And here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Eastbound Edensburg delays start past Waukegan Road. Then it's 24 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 21. Kennedy 36 minutes O'Hare to downtown outbound 40. The Eisenhower is now 51 minutes from Thorndale to downtown outbound 42 minutes. Stevenson running at 46 minutes 355 to Lakeshore Drive outbound okay. Ryan 28 minutes from 95th to the Loop. I-57 30 minutes. I-80 to the merge. Issue 426 northbound Tri-State. So 95th to 83rd. From the Stevenson to 47th. The Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Adams Tollway delays 25 to 53. And from the Des Plaines Oasis to the Kennedy. Traffic service 7-Eleven. October 3rd through the 9th at 7-Eleven. You have freedom to choose any size cup of hot coffee for free through the 7-Eleven app. 7 days, 7 cups of coffee, 7 reasons why you can go on with your caffeinated self. At participating locations, limited time offer, taxes may apply. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Patchy fog this morning, and in fact, a dense fog advisory is up for central and southern Illinois. Times of clouds and sun for much of the Chicagoland area today with a high of 69. Right now, 57 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 7. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Market Overdrive with Carla Mina, a power hour of real estate trends, secrets, and advice. Heard every Saturday afternoon at 1.
Your money. Find out how to keep more of it and live debt-free. Tonight on The Dave Ramsey Show, starting at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. A lot of Trump and Hillary to cover, but I'm going to take a brief detour. Top of the 8 o'clock hour, we've got banned on Twitter, Milo Yiannopoulos, our friend.
Remember when we were in Cleveland, he went into the convention hall and he was trying to, he confronted one of the VPs at Twitter to try and get his account back. And apparently a little scuffle broke out. So
yeah,
I don't think Milo won the fight.
Well, and it's relevant, right? I mean, this kind of the culture on university campuses is relevant. And question for you. I raised this issue when we were talking about the New York Times and Hillary's audio and Trump's tax returns. 84 to 92% of the D.C. press corps votes for the Democrat nominee for president, have since 1960. Would that be different if 84 to 92% of the D.C. press corps voted Republican in terms of what the media covers and how they cover it? I think so. Another question, related question. There was this study that's been done by a couple of academics of voter registration of faculty at the 40 leading universities in the fields of economics, history, journalism, law, and psychology. The researchers looked up 7,243 professors, found 3,623 to be registered Democrats, 314 to be registered Republicans, for an overall D to R ratio of 11.5 to 1. In economics, it was 4.5 to 1 Dem. In history, 33.5 to 1 Talk about rewriting history, Howard Zinn style. 33.5 to 1, Democrat to Republican in history. Journalism, communications, 20 to 1. Law, 8.6 to 1. Psychology, 17.4 to 1. So the question is, do you think academia would be different, both in terms of climate as well as scholarship, if you had those distributions reversed? It was 20 to 1 Republican to Democrat in journalism, as opposed to the converse. 33.5 to 1 Republican to Democrat in history, as opposed to the converse. You understand why American history is being expunged and rewritten according to, through the prism of gender and race and self-ascribed identity and so forth, why the founding fathers are just dead white guys, why the founding documents don't matter much. They're living documents, if they're documents at all. But kind of startling, isn't it? You think about that when you decide you're going to plunk down 150, 200 grand to send Junior off to one of these institutions of higher learning, cough, cough.
So that he could be brainwashed, he
Right.
or she.
Yeah.
Because that's what it is. And it's selective history. I mean, what they decide to teach historically, even at the elementary school level, is unbelievable.
Listen to this, and a related story, Janet Napolitano. Remember her?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, former Department of Homeland Security secretary.
Governor of Arizona.
Correct.
That's where I met her.
She's now the president of the University of California.
Berkeley?
University of California system.
Oh,
the
okay,
collegiate
the whole
system.
system.
Yeah. She's the
It's a
system
big-
overlord. And by the
big
way,
job.
that's another story. The left in high powers in government and banking, then they go to high powers in academia. All of these cultural, academic, financial elites, and they just keep reshuffling the deck. She goes from politics to a cabinet position to a university overlord position. I'm talking about Napolitano, who wrote this op-ed in the Boston Globe. Although the interesting point is how far has the pendulum swung? Even Janet Napolitano is saying that, and I'm quoting from the headline of her piece, it's time to free speech on campus again. I write to show how far we have moved from freedom of speech on campuses to freedom from speech, writes Napolitano. At UC, University of California, we have many different types of student centers and student activities. Some of our newest are for undocumented students. Of course they are. You can call these safe spaces, but I call them a good idea. The way to deal with extreme unfounded speech is not with less speech. It is with more speech informed by facts and persuasive arguments, writes Napolitano, kind of paraphrasing Brandeis's famous formula that the cure for evil speech is more speech, not enforced silence. I'm sure that would come as news to Janet Napolitano that she's ripping Brandeis. She also referenced that letter that was written at University of Chicago by the dean there saying, we're not going to coddle students. Remember a couple weeks ago? Right. I object to the word coddling. I'm not especially fond of the letter recently set by the dean of students at the University of Chicago that seemed to support free speech Darwinism. I don't even know what that is. But here's what she writes in conclusion. She's a central planner, so it's kind of like, I believe in free speech so long as it's directed by me. But at least the broad strokes of what she's saying, I agree with. She writes, the goal of our university education today should be to prepare students who are thoughtful, well-informed, and resilient. The world needs more critical, creative thinkers. And American higher education does a better job of producing them than any other higher education system in the world, low bar. She writes of her 3 lodestars that should guide our efforts. I prefer a campus that is loud to one that is quiet. I prefer a classroom where students feel included and are encouraged to bring their different perspectives to the fore. And I want a faculty that enforces its own professional standards among its peers. Consider this my own trigger warning, she says. You see what she did there?
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, it's cute. But I mean, but really, people spend so much time and energy, as you're doing with Peyton and Eli, marshaling your kids to put together good academic records in grade school and high school, saving money so you can send them to a good college, and you send them to a college where you've got red diaper babies and left-wing apparatchiks that are rewriting history.
Selective history, too.
Deconstructing the ethics of journalism and every other discipline.
My kids came home and said, "Why?" Because they were learning about Roots. Remember how they had the new series on Roots on? And my kids learned all about that. And why was the white man so evil, Mom? And they enslaved all these Africans and took them and ripped them out of their homes. And I mean, it was just amazing how they would gloss over. They just focus on what pushes their agenda and with teaching history.
Yeah, and slavery is an important and despicable part of American history, and it should be taught, and we should discuss it, and we should understand it.
But they never told them that the Democrats were the ones that were fighting to keep slavery, and the Republicans were the ones who were trying to free everyone.
Founded as an abolitionist party was the Republican Party, but also too, it's just you fast forward 170 years, and every white man walking around is still evil. To hear people of color and people who are white on college campuses that kind of wish they were people of color tell the story. This has been going on for a long, long time, so it's going to take a while to unring the bell, if ever. But how do you maintain your culture and maintain your heritage when you have the institutions of higher learning dominated by people that want to destroy all of the above? There's a question for some consideration. And everybody affiliates, on Saturday, everybody puts on their bibs to root for their alma mater, right? So the question, I guess, people should consider maybe is, how do I choose my affiliations? Do I choose them based on shared experience alone, or do I choose them based on principle? Does principle philosophy have some role there? I mean, sure, your shared experience, that's part of it, but shouldn't shared philosophy and principle be part of it too? And if a shared experience like matriculating at a particular university runs so far afoul of your own personal philosophy and understanding of the world, then should you continue supporting that institution? I don't know how Notre Dame graduates live with themselves, those that continue to support Notre Dame, as that school has become the school for Catholics who hate Catholicism. Seriously. Robert in Oak Brook, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My son graduated from college, and most of his friends, now my son got a good job because he learned from me. I've always owned my own company. But these kids today go to an interview and tell the corporation or the company, you're running your business wrong. I'm going to tell you how to run that business.
Robert,
okay?
I have a great...
And I'm telling you, and then they end up back in mom and dad's basement, and they look at your mom and dad and go, well, what did I do wrong? Well, maybe you should have actually learned whatever you were going to go into instead of trying to tell that company how they should act.
Well, your first jobs aren't your dream jobs, but real quick.
Thanks for the call, Robert.
My family member, I don't want to say which one, he had 7 interns at his corporation, and they were mad with the dress code policy. So the 7 of them went into the HR director and said, we want to address this. We want a more casual look at the office. Everyone's doing it. And Susie, whatever her name was, she gets to wear gym shoes. And so CEO came in and said, well, I've gotten your petition here that you signed, and I'm letting you all go today. We are the ones in charge. You're not. And the reason why Susie's wearing gym shoes is because she was injured in Iraq. And she has a foot condition because she's missing toes, fighting for your freedoms. Goodbye. And they kicked him out. And this happened in Schaumburg.
Good
they
for
kicked
him.
him out. Isn't that great?
Yeah, that's exactly
Love
what should
that
be done.
Story.
Not only should you learn what discipline you want to go into, you should continue learning, and that seems to be the disconnect. I'm here to learn. I learned some things in college, abstractions. I haven't learned the real world discipline that it's required to work in a team in a manufacturing facility or in a financial services company or a real estate office or anything else. So, yeah, maybe you should dial it down a notch, or you just sit at home in your parents' basement and go to Bernie Sanders rallies. There's your choice.
But they felt empowered because I don't know if it's parents are doing it, but universities are doing it.
Mike on the north side. Hey, Mike. Mike on the north side, go.
Yes, good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I think the main reason that these college professors are all leftists is because they're all just a bunch of fat pigs who are feeding at the government trough. If we get rid of Pell Grants, they're going to have to bring down the cost of college education, and they're not going to be living like kings high on the hog. The average freshman pays $40,000 a year, and he has a couple of, lower instructors who aren't getting anything. All that money goes for them to fund a vast patronage system. So let these people who are experts go out in the real world and try to find a job.
Thanks for the call, Mike. Apparently, Mike suggests that it's not just freshmen who gain the freshman 15.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Some sun, some clouds today. Just a nice day. A high of 69 degrees. Tonight, a low of 56. And tomorrow, no need to turn on your AC or your heat. It's going to be a pleasant day, plenty of sunshine, and a high of 74 degrees. Let's get the latest on the roadways and say good morning once again to Jim Telemonte.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. Eden's inbound, 24 minutes. Lake Cook to the junction, outbound 21. The Kennedy's 36 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound it's 40. The Eisenhower now 53 minutes from Thorndale to the Circle and 38 from Manheim. Outbound 44 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 51 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 49. The Ryan is 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State. Stop and go 111th to the 83rd Street toll. From the Stevenson to 47th and from the Reagan tollway to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams tollway heavy from 25 to 53. Then from the Des Plaines Oasis to the Kennedy. Reagan tollway from 22nd to 290. The Veterans Memorial now slow. Fountain to the Reagan tollway. Butterfield to Roosevelt. Army Trail to 290. Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Mexico as an election bellwether. Several key economic reports due today. And United Airlines untangling its liquor license. Those stories next.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. The stock market crash of 2008 wiped out as much as 50% of IRA or 401k accounts. Can you afford to lose again if the next crash comes? What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in your hands? Well, with the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually hold them in your hands, where you can get your gold fast in a disaster. Call Augusta Precious Metals today at 855-222-6993 and receive a free gold and silver IRA guide. There is no obligation. It's rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Augusta Precious Metals enjoys a 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call Augusta Precious Metals today at 855-222-6993. That's 855-222-6993. 855-222-6993.
The new month beginning with economic reports on motor vehicle sales, construction spending, and the index on manufacturing. We'll update each of those on our midday report. As next month's presidential election gets even closer, an exchange-traded fund in Mexico is being watched as a possible bellwether for the outcome. The ETF, a billion-dollar equity fund, dropped in value as the prospect of a Trump victory rose. Some political analysts and economic analysts as well are watching the ETF, if only as a curiosity. If you're traveling on United Airlines today, you won't have trouble getting an adult beverage in its airport lounges. Last week, beer and liquor sales were halted because United's liquor license lapsed. Friday, the paperwork was renewed. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Hey, looking to secure financing on a new home or refinance your existing mortgage? Then you need to do what I did and call David Hochberg over there at Pearl Mortgage. Now, if you have an FHA loan, listen very closely to this amazing success story. His name is Joey, and he heard David encouraging borrowers with FHA loans to call him and eliminate PMI and reduce their interest rate. And Joey is ecstatic, thank you, that he called David. David helped Joey refinance out of his FHA loan, eliminate his PMI, lowered his rate, paid all his closing costs, wow, and saved him over $250 a month. One phone call to David increased Joey's family's cash flow by over $3,000 a year. Now, if you have an FHA loan and would like a free evaluation to see if you could eliminate your PMI and lower your rate, then all you have to do is pick up the phone and call David now, 312-751-1333. Or visit am560david.com. David helped me and thousands of AM560 listeners, but he can't help you if you don't call. 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. Or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage, An equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee 4358 NMLS 19186.
Here's some great news. Jack Tabota of Tabota & Associates can help you with your retirement game plan. You know Jack, or you should. Jack is the president and founder of Tabota & Associates. He's been helping folks just like you retire successfully for 3 decades. Jack has the insight, information, strategies, and experience you can use to build wealth and keep it. Live good. Retire well with Jack Tabota of Tabota & Associates. 630-777-7955. 630-777-7955.
Mike Rowe here. Today I'm with Frank, one of the heating and cooling pros at 1 Hour. Frank's got his head up a vent right now. How's it going up there? Frank knows what he's talking about. He's been with 1 Hour for how long, Frank?
14 years.
That's a long time. Over that time, he's worked on tons of different equipment, taken countless hours of training, and that makes Frank the man.
No, Mark Rose the man.
I'm sorry, Frank. Say again?
Mike Rose the man.
I heard him the first time. For any heating need, call 855-1 Hour today. Say it again, Frank.
Mike Rose the man.
That's what I'm talking about. Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy. So, Amy, as advertised on Friday night, I did my ride-along with Chicago Police. And
I'm glad you're here, safe and sound on Monday morning.
Want to thank 9th District Commander Dan Godsell and Sergeant John Hine, who chaperoned me.
Did you wear a bulletproof vest?
I did.
Did you carry?
I did not. So it was really illuminating, I have to say. A couple of things. So we saw it was an eventful night. There was 4 shootings in the 9th District. This is Bridgeport, Canaryville neighborhood. 4 shootings, and we rolled up on one shooting where a guy was shot in the head and the back, gangbanger. The head wound was a graze.
Okay,
so he's going to
still
survive.
alive, right.
We rolled up on it though, and he's like fighting with the paramedics who were trying to help him.
Well, was he delirious or was he intoxicated or?
I don't know. He kept asking, "Am I dead? Am I dead?" And the paramedic's like, "Not yet, but it might be helpful if you let me help you." And
I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh.
But I mean, so there's a couple of things on that. So one is the response when the shooting call came in. So to the argument of the Ferguson effect, it's there. Guys are cautious, as the commander was telling me. But I mean, they're responding to shootings. And they're trying to help people that don't want to help them at all, because most of the shooters and the shooting victims are, of course, gangbangers. And you ride around with them, and you see these guys on the corners gangbanging, flashing signs, making themselves targets. You see everywhere you drive, and I was in an unmarked car, but they know who the police are.
Yeah, we all know unmarked cars.
The disdain they deal with.
So were they antagonizing the police? I mean, were they flashing gang signs at them? And
yeah, they're flashing
like
gang
jerks.
Signs. With one of the other events that happened was there was this repast at Wentworth Gardens for a fallen individual.
And Wentworth Gardens, a housing project.
A housing project on the south side there, not far from Comiskey. And there was, a couple of hundred people out. So ultimately, they get a call that it's getting a little out of hand because, there are residents there at Wentworth Gardens that don't want to participate in drinking and smoking dope and behaving poorly, right? So they get the order to clear, break up the event. I mean, this is like midnight, 12:30 in the morning. And so they peaceably dispersed the event, but what you saw there, I mean, it's like a Chappelle skit parody. A guy, this is 12:30 in the morning, 1 o'clock in the morning, a guy with a beer and a joint in one hand and his baby in the other. And the F the police, the disdain for the police, the mouthing off, the, kind of fainting at police and whatnot, putting yourself in jeopardy because you don't, the level of ignorance they deal with, you have no idea. You have no idea, and still do their jobs professionally.
Liberty Mutual Insurance presents a story about Nana's cake.
It's Nana's 80th birthday, and you accidentally locked your keys in the car, along with her ice cream cake. No worries, this is a happy story. You have Liberty Mutual Insurance with 24-hour roadside assistance, and help is on the way. Liberty saves the day, and Nana even gives you an extra piece of unmelted cake.
Click the banner to get a quote. You can leave worry behind when Liberty stands with you. Liberty Mutual Insurance. Optional towing and labor coverage underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company.
Lawns love fall.
They love backyard touch football and kids diving into leaf piles. But what lawns really love is fall's cool air and warm soil. That's why now is the time to use Scott's Turf Builder grass seed to help repair and thicken your lawn from the long summer. Scott's Turf Builder grass seed grows grass quicker, thicker, and greener, guaranteed. So pick up a bag today. Fall time is yard time with Scott's.
Christie says Trump didn't break any tax laws. The latest on the leaked tax return coming up from Fox. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. About a month before the election, there are allegations from people connected to the Apprentice TV show that Donald Trump was sexist and demeaning to women, which the Republicans' campaign calls outlandish and totally false, while Trump supporters defend his use of huge business losses in a New York Times report to maybe avoid paying federal taxes for years.
It is a perfectly legal application of the tax code, and he would have been a fool not to take advantage of it.
That's Rudy Giuliani on ABC. As for Hillary Clinton, the New York Times is detailing that the Democrat was involved helping her husband Bill deal with allegations of cheating in the 1990s, including hiring a private investigator.
The Times then reports that they deployed that investigator against Jennifer Flowers. The paper also reports an aide to the campaign who declined to be identified says that Hillary Clinton was among those who approved that hiring.
And the investigator was reportedly used to look into others as well. Fox's Rich Edson says in response, a Clinton spokesman
said, quote, "The country closed the book on these matters close to 20 years ago."
She's not hurt, but Kim Kardashian West is shaken up after being robbed at gunpoint in Paris. Fox's Simon Owen live in our European bureau.
Dave, Kim Kardashian West was staying in a luxury Paris apartment block that's popular with celebrities by all accounts when she was targeted overnight. French police officials saying robbers disguised as police officers forced their way into her bedroom, tied her up and locked her in a bathroom. The gang of 5 men escaping with jewelry worth more than $10 million. Dave?
Simon, Hurricane Matthews on a collision course with Jamaica.
I'm hopeful. I know that the storm is coming, but we're in God's hands and He will protect us.
He's not as calm in Haiti.
We're already living in misery. If the hurricane comes, our situation will get worse.
Forecasters predict up to 40 inches of rain could fall in some areas. Matthews winds 130 miles an hour. The storm is also on track to hit Cuba, then maybe the U.S. East Coast. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Skies are cloudy, 57 degrees, 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer, good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Family and friends devastated after a college student from the south suburbs was gunned down in a North Carolina shooting. Police say 19-year-old Alicia Deardenay of Homewood and another man were shot and killed yesterday after a fight broke out close to a house party that was close to the campus of North Carolina A&T. Chicago police say a shooting outside a Southwest Side train station left one man dead, another severely hurt. It happened around 7:30 Sunday morning. A 20-year-old man was shot in the neck. He later died at the scene. It happened near the California station on the CTA's Pink Line. A woman is dead following a rollover crash on the Dan Ryan Expressway on Chicago's South Side. State police say Brenda Whitehead was driving an SUV yesterday that struck another vehicle, then flipped near 47th. Illinois State Police say they're investigating the fatal shooting of a man by police in the south suburbs. Master Sergeant Jason Bradley says that shooting happened early Sunday outside a nightclub in Markham. Bradley says a Markham police officer fatally shot the man, 36-year-old Dante Jones of Maywood, who died at a nearby hospital. Sunday NFL, Bears over the Lions, 17-14. Brian Hoyer, not bad. 302 yards, 2 scores. Rookie Jordan Howard rushed for a career-high 111. WNBA playoffs. Sky survived. They beat L.A. 70-66, but L.A. still leads that playoff series. Cubs over Cincinnati 7-4 to end the regular baseball season. They head back to Wrigley Field for playoff baseball on Friday. Meantime, Robin Ventura let go as skipper of the White Sox after a 6-3 loss to Minnesota. The News, a service of Staples with low prices on ink and toner and an in-stock guarantee to ensure you always get what you need fast. In-stock guarantee applies to in-store selection only. Out-of-stock ink and toner will be ordered from in-store kiosk with $10 discount, plus free shipping. Limit 1 cartridge per customer. 7:04 is our time. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing, independently owned business bank. Signature Bank listens to your story, learns about your business, and sticks with their customers. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Brian Duncan, co-founder of Signature Bank. Born and raised in Chicagoland, my partners and I knew this city needed a locally owned business bank. As fellow entrepreneurs, we know the challenges facing businesses, and we are invested in our customers' success. We are here to build mutually beneficial, long-term, lasting relationships with our customers. We look forward to helping our customers reach their goals every day, and we are here to see them succeed. At Signature Bank, you work directly with decision makers who understand your business and can deliver on their promises.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
America is taking the lead in energy.
Leading the world in oil and natural gas production. I vote to keep it going. With the right policies, we can produce, refine, and supply
more oil and natural gas.
And more abundant energy
means more affordable energy for American families.
A more secure America.
Jobs, opportunity, and economic growth.
For our children
and grandchildren.
That's why this election, I'm voting
for American energy.
Learn more at voteforenergy.org.
Join us and become an energy voter.
Brought to you by American Petroleum Institute.
You're listening to the sound of an actual heart beating outside of a human body. Thanks to modern technology, a doctor can now keep a donor heart beating until it's ready to be transplanted into its recipient. Yet if our doctor wanted to transfer a phone call from her desk phone to her cell, she couldn't, because her phone system can't do that. At Vonage, we think it's about time business communications caught up. See what Vonage can do for your business at vonage.com/it'sabouttime.
7:06. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 Traffic Center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. In Antioch, 173 is closed between 83 and Graham due to a head-on crash. Edens is 24 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 22. The Kennedy now 47 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 21 from Montrose, 20 in the Express. Outbound 40 to the airport. The Eisenhower 53 minutes, Thorndale to the Circle. Outbound it's 44. Stevenson 51 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 49. Ryan 27 minutes, 95th to the Loop. Northbound Lakeshore Drive, jam 57th to 47th. Crash in the 3 right lanes. Northbound Tri-State heavy, 95th to 87th. Archer to the Hinsdale Oasis and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway slow 25 to 53. The Des Plaines Oasis to Lee. Veterans Memorial, so 75th to the Reagan Tollway. Butterfield to Roosevelt and Army Trail to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte. AM 560, The Answer.
7:07, time to check the climate of your business with aircomfort.com. Providing the right climate for business since 1935. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but first, your official Chicagoland weather forecast. The latest with meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
After patchy morning fog, we'll see clouds and sun for the day. High 69, partly cloudy night, low 56. Mostly sunny tomorrow, high 74, and a partly cloudy night, low 61. Clouds and sun with a shower or a thunderstorm around Wednesday, high 78. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
57 at O'Hare. Next news at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Radio Garden Sense, a show bringing your property's gardening needs alive. Radio Garden Sense, Sunday mornings at 11 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Monday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
This is Vin Scully wishing you a very pleasant good afternoon wherever you may be.
This is a guy who, when lots of businesses went out of business in the early 1990s, he fought and clawed back to build another fortune, to create tens of thousands of more jobs.
I mean, the man in The Art of the Deal, this is described. First of all, we're talking about 26 years ago, perfectly legal.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So the Trump tax bombshell. He followed tax law. That is the big bombshell. A $900 million loss reported on his 1995 tax return, as the New York Times published.
It's a $915 million loss.
What did I say?
$900 million loss. I'm just saying you kick in the extra $15 million.
Sure, no problem. Happy to minimize his tax burden in 95 and going forward for some years after that, all the more. It's interesting. So the New York Times admits there's no tax law violated. So I guess we're just talking about a matter of scale when, for example, we're talking about Hillary Clinton. Zero Hedge has this, zerohedge.com. Hillary Clinton's tax returns that she released from last year, because she's so transparent. Thankfully, I appreciate that. Page 17 of her tax returns from 2015, capital loss carryover of $700,000 to mitigate her tax liabilities. So we're just talking a matter of degree, not kind, aren't we? Oh, and then there's the New York Times itself. Forbes noting at the time, in 2014, the New York Times paid no taxes and got an income tax refund of $3.5 million, even though they had a pre-tax profit of $29.9 million in 2014.
Shame on them.
Their post-tax profit was higher than their pre-tax profit. The effective tax rate for 2014 was favorably affected by $21 million for the reversal of reserves for uncertain tax positions due to the lapse of applicable statutes of limitation. So, again, the New York Times has good accountants, like Donald Trump has good accountants, like Hillary Clinton has good accountants, and they take advantage of the Byzantine tax law, although this isn't a particularly Byzantine portion of the tax code. And so what's the story? This is why I think that the call was coming from inside Trump Tower in the release of these documents, the 3 pages that were sent to the New York Times.
Yeah, with the return post of Trump Tower.
Rather than a deep throat in Trump Tower, maybe it was the Trump campaign, because I think this serves to basically eliminate this as a matter of contention for the last 5 weeks.
Well, but what makes the situation even more bizarre, if this campaign couldn't get any crazier, after Donald Trump had learned about the leak or the 3-page tax return from New York State that was sent to, the New York Times, he took a different approach attacking Hillary. He attacked Hillary on her husband, and he attacked Hillary on her health, which was a little out of character. So I thought if that was a knee-jerk reaction, or he's trying to distract people from his tax returns being leaked. But he's never, I mean, what he alleged on Saturday night in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, was crazy. Starting with Hillary Clinton's, that she might be, cheating on Bill Clinton.
She has been a disaster. But here's a woman. She's supposed to fight all of these different things. And she can't make it 15 feet to her car. Give me a break. Give me a break.
And then he proceeded to impersonate her on the health
and he goes,
issue.
Waves his arms, and then he walks similar to down a hole.
Like it was a kind of a herky-jerky motion he made. That was a poor choice in my estimation. And to your point, then he raised this issue, which I think is a legitimate issue because Hillary has raised the issue.
Hillary Clinton's only loyalty is to her financial contributors and to herself. I don't even think she's loyal to Bill. You want to know the truth. And really, folks, really, why should she be, right? Why should she be?
I think the focus on her fidelity is about 15 degrees off. Just keep the focus where it is, on Bill Clinton's boorish, perhaps criminal conduct against women, and Hillary's conduct with respect to women against the standard for conduct with respect to women that Hillary has set forth. I think that's a legitimate issue because she's raised it, but why? Why does he?
Because he can't help himself. I don't know if he's. What's wrong with him? But there's something.
Somebody give him a policy speech to read off a teleprompter.
Oh, and programming note: Juanita Broderick will be here at 7:37 this morning.
And right now, we're happy to be joined by Ed Morrissey. He's the senior editor at HotAir.com and the author of the book Going Red. Ed, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, it's great to be on with you guys.
So here's my take, and you tell me if I'm got my tinfoil hat on too tight. My take is that both the tax documents that were released to the New York Times, as well as that Hillary Clinton audio that was hacked from a February fundraiser, which serves to paint Hillary in a pretty good light. I'm a centrist, and I have empathy for Bernie Sanders supporters, and this is supposed to be expository. It wouldn't surprise me if those came from the respective campaigns because I think they serve the respective campaigns' interests fairly well.
not sure about the tax returns serving the Donald Trump interest. I've heard that floated around. Apparently, it came from inside Trump Tower. It's almost like that. Remember that old horror movie? He's calling from inside the house.
Yeah, right, exactly.
But I'm not sure that that's really a big positive for Donald Trump. I think the best you can say about the tax returns is that he apparently complied with the law. But yeah, his whole reason for running, or the basis of his campaign, is his brilliance as a businessman, and it's difficult to explain that with a $916 million law.
Actually, I don't think so at all. I don't think that's true at all. And in fact, in Art of the Deal, he wrote about his struggles in the real estate market, pointing to a homeless guy and said, I remember thinking that guy's worth almost $1 billion more than me. And so 20 years ago, in a down real estate market, he has poor performance, as a lot of real estate developers, up and down as the market goes. And 20 years later, he's running for president, and he's worth how many ever hundreds of millions or billions of dollars he's worth. And he complied with tax law, and he allows this issue to go away by saying, well, Hillary Clinton, she took a loss carry forward. The New York Times took a loss carry forward, and I'm the bad guy? I don't think so.
Well, sure, Dan, but I mean, let's remember what happened with Mitt Romney when he released his tax returns. His tax returns showed that he paid about a 14% tax rate, which was exactly dead on for the type of income that he was getting. He was getting capital gains income, and 14% was basically a standard, if you will. But it became very difficult to explain to voters why he was paying 14% and they were paying 25%. And I think that you're going to run into the same thing. Is it explainable? Absolutely. Is it part of business? Absolutely. But it doesn't look good. And it's going to have people. The whole reason for releasing tax returns, and I'm a big advocate for dumping that idea, because all it does is it plays into class warfare. It's none of our business. The financial statements that are given to the FEC are sufficient to understand the wealth and position and the potential conflicts of interest that people who are running for office have. The tax returns are just nothing more than prurient interest into somebody else's business, and it really doesn't make any difference, because pretty much anything that's on a tax return is going to be explainable. I mean, people don't file tax returns to say, "Hey, look, I'm breaking the law." I mean,
right.
did not file tax returns, right?
Well, couldn't Donald Trump set this right, though, by saying, you know what, because with that kind of deduction of a loss of $916 million, he could have gotten out of paying federal taxes for 18 years, but we don't know if he did do that. Would he,
because he hasn't released the rest of the tax return.
Right. So don't you think it would be prudent at this time for him to do that?
He should have done this a year and a half ago. He should have done it a year and a half ago. He promised to do it when he got into the race. And this is the part where I don't think that the Trump campaign understands strategy very well. If you do it early, then you've lanced the boil. Whatever bad news is going to come out of those tax returns would have been old news by now. Nobody would be talking about it by now, because everybody would have been talking about it endlessly 18 months ago. And so now you're getting pushed into a position where you're going to have to release tax returns or not. Was it 6 weeks, 5 weeks before the election? 5 weeks before the election.
Totally agree with that. Totally agree. It was something that could have been dealt with and dispatched months and months ago, even if he didn't want to do it right out of the gate as a kind of an outsider candidate and didn't want to risk negatively impacting his campaign right at the outset. Certainly after he secured the nomination, that would have been the time to do it. I completely agree with that. Let me ask you about the Hillary piece, though, the audio that's released. And then Bernie Sanders, nicely choreographed, goes on Sunday talk shows to say, no, what Hillary Clinton said about my supporters is exactly right, and she's got her finger on the pulse, and that's why Bernie supporters should vote for her and not Gary Johnson. That seemed nicely orchestrated to me.
I think that was basically backfill. If I remember correctly, that clip originated with the Free Beacon, and that wasn't even really with the focus of the Free Beacon's
the nuclear program.
Was the nuclear program, right? Which is a disturbing, if very esoteric issue. Her position on that is disturbing because they're more focused on national security anyway. It was Mediaite that highlighted the part where she said that the Bernie Sanders voters were basement dwellers, which is really kind of taking it out of context, because when you listen to it, she's talking about the fact that that the economy has left them without options,
right,
and that's the thing that she wants to fix. don't know that necessarily came out of the campaign because it's not a good clip no matter what happens, but I think that they've responded to it well. I still think it's sort of a mild version of the 47% thing where you can put all the content, or maybe even better, binders full of women. Where you can try to explain the context day and night, but all you have to do is just take that little out-of-context clip, and you can just beat her up with it. And I think that's kind of what's going to happen with Basement Dweller, or whatever the exact phrase that she used for that.
Oh, I thought it was.
That's what they're going to try to do.
I thought it was refreshing to hear her say that because on the campaign trail, I think she promotes this free college, or we're going to help reduce your student loan debts. And then in that private meeting, she sounded like, look, I can't help them. I'm not going to do that. And it just seemed, I know it was a positive for Hillary, not a negative.
Yeah, I think that whenever you're caught talking out of both sides of your mouth, it's not a positive. But again, I think that they've done
so used to that with
it.
Yeah, so used to that from Hillary, it's almost kind of built into the price. But let me ask you something else about Hillary, though. These endorsements from newspapers she continues to get that have never endorsed a Republican or haven't endorsed a Republican in a century. The latest one being the San Diego Union Tribune. Obviously, California doesn't make a big difference, but the Dallas paper and Cincinnati
Arizona
Enquirer,
Republic.
Arizona Republic. Do you think that these, ostensibly center-right editorial boards of these papers, particularly in some of the swing states, do you think it has much of an impact, or are newspaper endorsements past post at this point?
Well, let me argue both sides of this quickly. One is I think that it adds to the perception that Donald Trump is such an outlier that he can't be trusted because literally nobody's backing this guy in the normal media establishment who would normally back Republicans. The opposite side, the flip side of that, is that Donald Trump is an outsider. He's a disruptor. He's somebody who's going up against the establishment. And so if establishment newspapers aren't backing him, that's not exactly a surprise, and he can leverage that. I think, though, that way beyond the issue of papers that, normally conservative papers that would back Republicans endorsing Hillary is Donald Trump himself, and the last week that he spent on the campaign trail talking about Hillary Clinton's infidelity, talking about Alicia Machado from 20 years ago, basically amplifying that story and turning it into a disaster for the campaign. This is somebody who is easily provoked and basically goes into meltdown mode if you tweak his ego, and I think the Clinton campaign figured that out, and they planned the debate to do that, and I think they're going to try to do it again in the next debate.
Yeah. All right. He's Ed Morrissey, senior editor at hotair.com, author of the book Going Red. Ed, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Your phone call's coming up. 312-642-5600 is that turnkey.pro answer line. Your forecast for today, some morning fog, otherwise some clouds and sun. Pleasant, a high of 69 degrees. And tomorrow, even better, we're going to have sunshine and a high in the mid-70s. Let's get the latest on the roadways. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Eastbound Reagan Tollway 88 at Stop and Go from the Fox River to 59. There's a westbound crash in the right lane. The Edens is 23 minutes, like Cook to Montrose, outbound 22. Kennedy, 49 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 40. The Eisenhower, 53 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound it's 44 minutes. Stevenson, 51 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 49. Ryan, 27 minutes from 95th to downtown. Northbound Lakeshore Drive jammed coming out of Hyde Park from 57th to 47th. There's a crash in the three right lanes. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Have you waited to buy a MyPillow? Well, if you have, you're in luck. Through the month of October, when you buy one premium MyPillow, you'll get the second one for free. But get this, you'll also receive 2 additional Go Anywhere MyPillows. So you're actually getting 4 pillows for the price of 1. It's the best offer ever. Nearly every AM 560 host endorses MyPillow. Why? Well, it is the best. And the National Sleep Foundation agrees because they made it their official pillow. I love it because it's washable to remove all the ickies that cause allergies, acne, and asthma. So it's a great health investment, and you will sleep better. I know I do. They guarantee it, or there is a 60-day full money-back guarantee. So visit MyPillow.com, click the Radio Listener Special tab, and use the promo code Amy. Again, 2 premium MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere pillows, all for the price of one. Or call 800-489-0201 and mention the radio listener special and use the promo code Amy. That's mypillow.com or 800-489-0201.
I have actually been on Balance of Nature for a year now. I have MS, and I recently had an MRI. This is the first year that I've had a stable MRI, so I'm thrilled. When I have an MRI with MS, usually there are glowing spots that come through, which is damage on the nerves in my brain and my spinal cord, and when they're glowing, it means they're active. And then my last MRI, they pulled it up, and I honestly couldn't believe that it was my MRI. There was nothing glowing. And in fact, the dark spots were shrinking. They were healing. And the doctor actually said to me, I think we're in remission. I was so happy. I had no idea that that could be my reality.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, Joe Walsh here. Listen to Freedom any time of any day. Go to walshfreedom.com/podcast. Freedom returns at 5.
Dan and Amy, Rudy Giuliani said Trump is a genius, right?
Oh, yeah, and Chris Christie painted this as a good story. This is a good thing because this is a tax code that needs reform, and this is an example of what it needs to be done.
And here's Rudy on topic. This on Meet the Press got a little chippy when Chuck Todd brought up Rudy's infidelities.
Are you the right person to level this charge?
Yeah, I'm the right person to level this charge because I've never made such a charge, and I prosecuted people who committed rape.
But your past, you have your own infidelity, sir.
Well, everybody does, and I'm a Roman Catholic, and I confess those things to my priest. But I've never attacked someone who's been the victim of sexual abuse. Not only that, I've put people in jail who've been the victim of sexual abuse,
all right. Well,
and I've never participated in that. And I think you're bringing up my personal life really is kind of irrelevant to what Hillary Clinton did. She's running for president. I'm not.
Yeah.
Well, you wanted to, but the people didn't vote for you.
Well, so here's the thing. This is where Trump needs to be precise, and that's not his strong suit when he's off script. It's not about infidelities because nobody in this race has come into the table with clean hands on that issue.
Yeah, no.
It's about charges of sexual harassment or worse, as our guest at 7:35 will recount, Juanita Broderick, rape. And 8 women have accused Bill Clinton over the years of sexual abuse, sexual harassment or sexual assault. That's the issue. And that's what Rudy Giuliani is trying to get to. And that's where Donald Trump needs to stick if he wants to make an issue out of Hillary Clinton being an enabler for a sexual predator. If it's just about infidelities, then that is a wash, it seems to me.
Yeah, let's not even bring it up because I don't care. I don't want to hear about his. I don't want to hear about hers, Rudy Giuliani's, Newt Gingrich's. We all know what happened.
Yeah, but there's infidelities and then there's criminal conduct, alleged criminal conduct. And again, Hillary Clinton, the standard that she set for treatment of women, right? The standard she set for treatment of women, which is this.
I think that when someone makes the claim, they come forward, they should be believed, and that is what starts the process.
And so why did she exempt those who accused Bill Clinton from the standard she set? That's what she's got to answer for. That's the specific thing. And to the extent Donald Trump gets off topic, he gets into a dangerous place for himself. Ralph and Rantoul, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, good morning. I think, all this talk about tax returns and tax rates. I think it really just speaks to the bigger issue is we've needed tax reform for a very, very long time because what politicians in election years like calling loopholes and what everybody in business calls following the law every other day of their lives is that a lot of big companies pay no taxes or worse, negative tax rates. I mean, GE has had a negative tax rate, effective tax rate of about minus 11%.
Yeah, carrying forward negative income, right, yes.
Yeah, they're following the law.
Right.
We're talking about big companies. In fact, a company here in Northwest Indiana that supplies electricity and gas to thousands and thousands of homes they've had an effective tax rate of minus 13.6%. So if you were sitting there teaching economics to a bunch of mopes in class, like sometimes I do, and you have to explain tax rates, and one honest person a couple of years ago said, I'm kind of embarrassed to admit this, but I lost my job and, had some other hard luck sort of stuff that goes along with that, and said, I'm embarrassed to actually say that I paid no taxes, but I got money back from the government.
Yeah, well, thanks for the call, Ralph. I got to jump. But, I mean, like 47% of the country that doesn't pay federal income tax, not to invoke 47%. Sean in Elmwood Park, quickly.
Thanks, Dan.
You don't need tax reform. You have negative returns because you're paying property taxes. Donald Trump, I can't believe I'm defending this imbecile, pays hundreds of millions of dollars in taxes so that coppers can drive around in their $85,000 SUV squad cars. He generates more profit, more ability for people to function within a society than 47% of morons complaining and chanting for tax reform.
Thanks, Sean.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Here's David Kolsak, president of Turnkey IT, on how they do business differently.
It's been 20 years, and the business has changed probably 40 times in 20 years because technology changes every year, and you have to stay with it. You have to know where it's going and prognosticate where that is, and our clients really benefit from our knowledge and our experience and the way that we're reading the roadmap. We're putting them on things that are coming out in the future, and if it's not beneficial to the client, we won't be putting them on there. And a lot of people just fly by the seat of their pants. We have a director of information technology that his job is only to scout new technologies and how they can affect a small business. Every business, no matter if it's a funeral home, a manufacturer, a car dealer, whatever, we all rely on our information, and when that information isn't available, your business is shot. So our main purpose is to really do our very best to keep people up 100% of the time, to keep them backed up and make sure that they can do what they do, and we can deal with the technical stuff.
Leave the technical stuff to the pros at Turnkey so you can focus on the important things of your business. Visit turnkey.pro today.
I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Mortgage rates have dropped again. In fact, recently, mortgage rates have dropped to the second lowest level in history. Now is the time for you to take advantage of these historically low rates and save serious money every month by refinancing your mortgage. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is all the way down to 3.5%, APR 3.57%. Call Quicken Loans today at 800-QUICKEN to see how far we can lower your mortgage payment. For 6 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. And for the third year, they also ranked us highest in the nation for mortgage servicing. It's a great time to refinance with Quicken Loans and save hundreds every month. This ultra-low rate of 3.5% won't last long. So call 800-QUICKEN or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
AM 560. The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, does Bill Clinton's past sexual misconduct affect Hillary Clinton's chances of winning the election?
We'll talk to Juanita Broderick at 7:37.
But first, now let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Clouds in 57 right now. Major hurricane in the Caribbean, threatening to storm ashore in Haiti and Jamaica. National Hurricane spokesman Dennis Feltgen says there's a good deal of uncertainty on the track of Matthew. Former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani says Donald Trump does have an obligation to take advantage of tax loopholes for his business.
Don't you think a man who has this kind of economic genius is a lot better for the United States than a woman, and the only thing she's ever produced? There's a lot of work for the FBI.
Meantime, Hillary Clinton is expected to outline a plan today to make it easier for consumers to sue companies that she calls bad corporate actors. A shorthanded Supreme Court returns to work today for a new term. The High Court continues to be short after the death of Antonin Scalia. Kankakee County Sheriff's Police are trying to determine if 4 homicides, including a triple homicide discovered Sunday afternoon in Pembroke Township, are connected. It happened just before 1 p.m. Sunday, a family member discovering the bodies of 3 men who had been shot to death inside a home. Their identities have not been released. Sheriff Mike Downey will talk with reporters later this morning. Autopsies are expected today for a man and woman killed in a crash near Tinley Park. State police say Shantonia Giles and Timothy Cofield were riding in a car early yesterday that collided with a semi on I-80 just east of LaGrange Road. And authorities are trying to determine what caused a blaze that destroyed a group of townhomes in Schaumburg. The blaze started yesterday in the 1000 block of Newport Harbor. NFL on Sunday, Bears over the Lions 17-14. Baseball season wraps up for the White Sox. They lose to the Twins 6-3 and lose their skipper. Robin Ventura says he will not be back as manager of the White Sox. Cubs beat Cincinnati 7-4. They have a playoff game on Friday. The news service of Staples. Staples has low prices on ink and toner and an in-stock guarantee to ensure you always get what you need fast. In-stock guarantee applies to in-store selection only. Out-of-stock ink and toner will be ordered from in-store kiosk with $10 discount plus free shipping. Limit 1 cartridge per customer. 7:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas, great coffee, period.
Hi, this is Shalom Klein of Get Down to Business, the show for small business, jobs, and entrepreneurship, powered by Tandem HR. 401k plans have become a widely accepted retirement savings vehicle. An estimated 53 million U.S. workers participate in 401k plans today. Business owners offering retirement savings plans help employees save for their future and are often seen as desirable places to work. Attract and retain the best employees while earning tax savings for your business. According to the American Benefit Council, nearly 80% of full-time workers have access to employer-sponsored retirement plans. Are you a small or mid-sized business not currently offering a retirement plan? Contact Tandem HR today to find out how to add this and other affordable benefits to compete for talent. Visit tandemhr.com. That's tandemhr.com.
For more tips, advice, and stories of entrepreneurial successes, listen to Get Down to Business with Shalom Klein. Heard Sunday afternoons at 6. Your Business Minute of the Day is powered by Tandem HR.
Hiring people is probably the worst part of my job. It's such a hassle, the searching, the sorting through resumes. Most people don't have the right experience.
We started using ZipRecruiter about 3 months ago. Right from the start, you could tell it was going to make hiring a lot easier. One click and my job was posted to 100+ job boards, all the top sites.
All of the candidates came to my dashboard, and it's easy to compare them. Thumbs up if I liked them, thumbs down if I didn't. No emails and attachments, printing up docs, phone calls, none of that.
And I couldn't believe the number of great applicants we got. I had the person we needed within 1 week. I don't know how we hired before ZipRecruiter.
Whether you're looking to fill one position or 20, find the best candidates with ZipRecruiter, where your job is just one click away from 100+ job sites. ZipRecruiter, the fastest way to hire. And right now you can try ZipRecruiter free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/work. That's ZipRecruiter.com/work. ZipRecruiter.com/work.
7:37. A quick update on the roads. AM 560 traffic center time with Jim.
Eden's inbound, 22 minutes. Lake Cook to the junction, outbound 24. The Kennedy, 54 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 35. The Ike, 53 minutes. Thorndale to the loop, outbound it's 44. Stevenson, 51 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 27. 95th to downtown. The traffic, it's a service of Staples. Low prices on ink and toner and an in-stock guarantee to ensure you always get what you need fast. In-stock guarantee applies to in-store selection only. Out-of-stock ink and toner, the order from in-store kiosk, $10 discount plus free shipping. Limit 1 cartridge per customer. Staples. That's traffic. AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Patchy fog this morning, otherwise clouds and sun throughout the day. High 69. 57 at O'Hare. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is powered by CharlesEquipment.com, keeping the lights on through summer storms.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Well, Amy, on Friday, as you recall, we interviewed Kathleen Willey.
Mm-hmm.
And Kathleen Willey, who recounted her allegations against Bill Clinton being sexually assaulted in the White House. And she said, at this point, it's not about the infidelities. It's about Hillary Clinton's in attack mode, covering up for Bill Clinton and rolling over anyone in her way. Listen to what Kathleen Willey described as how she described the issue for people to consider in advance of the November election. How do you react when women say, I don't care about Bill's past indiscretions, quote unquote, indiscretions? What would you say to those women?
This isn't about indiscretions, okay? This whole story is no longer about infidelities, indiscretions, girlfriends, sex, no, any interns, any of that. This is about a woman who is so greedy for power, and what she will do to stop anybody who gets in her way, and that includes all of us, and then some.
And one of the other women is Juanita Broaddrick. She's spoken up during this campaign using Twitter, among other forums, responding recently to an interview Chelsea gave to Cosmo, wasn't it? Yeah. Where Chelsea suggested that any re-raising of these issues from 20 years ago is just a distraction. And Ms. Broaddrick suggested that, Chelsea, I hate to break it to you, but your parents aren't good people. Well, we're pleased to have former nursing home administrator from Arkansas and someone who accused Bill Clinton of raping her in April of 1978. She is Juanita Broaddrick, and she joins us now. Ms. Broaddrick, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Well, Dan and Amy, thanks for asking.
Well, you heard what Kathleen Willey had to say when we spoke with her on Friday, kind of crystallizing what this is about. It's about Hillary Clinton, her naked pursuit of power, and she will destroy anybody in her path. Do you agree with that assessment in terms of that's what people should be considering in advance of November 8th?
Oh, definitely. I think Kathleen made a very accurate statement. We're not talking about infidelities. We're talking about rape. And we're talking about Bill Clinton sexually abusing women.
So can you go take us back to April of 1978? What exactly happened, and why didn't you press charges, or did you try and press charges? Just refresh our memory.
No, Amy. I was too frightened back then. I was working in Bill Clinton's campaign. I was also a nursing home owner and administrator, and I worked very hard in his campaign for about a month period before he visited my nursing home for a campaign tour, and that's when I first met him. And we were so excited that he was coming to my nursing home to visit with our patients and visit with the staff and tell us about his campaign. I spent approximately 30 minutes off and on trying to explain to him the plight that the nursing home industry was in at that time, about how we could not really care for our patients adequately enough with the reimbursement method. And he seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say, and told me if I was ever in Little Rock, please call him, and we would sit down and discuss these things. And that just excited me because I was so thrilled to have a willing ear.
And then how did the relationship proceed from there?
Okay, about 3 or 4 weeks later, my nurse, Norma Rogers, and I went down to a nursing home meeting. And the morning after we got there, we were getting ready to go down to our meeting. And I called his office to ask if we could meet at noontime, if we could come over to his headquarters and meet and talk with him. And the lady that answered the phone, she says, "Oh, Mrs. Hickey, he's not here." Hickey was my name at the time. And he said, "Oh, Mrs. Hickey, he's not here." But he said if you ever call, to call his apartment number, which I did. And we made arrangements to meet in the coffee shop of the hotel. It was called the Camelot at that time in Little Rock. And he said he would call me when he got to the hotel and when he got to the coffee shop, and I could come down. So I told my assistant to go on down to the meeting, and as soon as it was over, I would join her. And, of course, I never showed up for the meeting. Well, when he got to the hotel, he called my room and said, "It's so crowded down here." He said, "Can we just have coffee in your room and discuss this?" And, it's hard to think back to 1978, but I was a very naive person at that time. And I don't think I was frightened in any way to let the Attorney General of the state of Arkansas come to my room.
And so you come to his room, and he does what? I mean, to the extent
he comes to my room.
Excuse me. He comes to your room, and then what transpires between the two?
The conversation starts out very pleasant. He explains to me. We have coffee. We start to have coffee, And then he comes over to me, puts his arm over my shoulder, and points down to a building down below that we could view that was very dilapidated. And he said, I'd like to restore that building when I become governor. He said it used to be an old prison. And then immediately turns me to him and starts to try to kiss me. And I don't go into things from there on, Dan and Amy. It's just it's too hard.
Understand that.
But there was, allegedly he raped you?
Oh, yeah. And it was it was horrible.
And
it was absolutely shocking and horrible and degrading, and it was bad.
Was he alone, or did he have a security detail outside the room?
Gosh, I have no idea. I have no idea if someone was out there when he walked in. He had sunglasses on, and that in a hallway, that should have been a tip-off right there.
Well, did he say anything when it was over? Did he show any remorse, or was he apologetic? Anything?
No, Amy, that has always baffled me through the years. Is to him, it was a very, very nonchalant. That's probably not the right word, but the whole time, the 30 minutes approximately that he was in my room, and after the rape, he acted like this was no big deal. I'm crying. I'm in a devastated condition, and he calmly walks to the door, puts on his sunglasses, and says, "You better get some ice on that." My lip was already probably 3 to 4 times the size that it should be and bleeding.
Well,
and
did he
that's what
hit you?
You say to someone?
Did he hit you? Is that why your lip was bleeding?
He bit on my lip, yes.
And then the decision after that incident, it took you a long time to be comfortable to come forward to make this charge public.
Well, yeah, and that's the hardest thing. I don't know. You two sound young. But back in the 70s, women and probably even boys did not come forward with rape. And especially in this situation, I had invited this man to my room. And I felt a responsibility. I felt guilty. I felt, how ignorant were you to even think about allowing anyone to come to your room?
And this was a powerful politician as well. Did that factor in?
And his office regulated my nursing home business and my income.
So how, since that time, has Hillary Clinton shamed you, harassed you, or intimidated you?
Okay, repeat that. For some reason, I had trouble hearing.
How has Hillary Clinton shamed you or harassed you or has intimidated you since?
Yeah, approximately 3 or 4 weeks later, I was in sort of a state of denial and shock for a period after the rape until this fundraiser. I did not actually attend the fundraiser. I went up there about 30 minutes ahead of time. People say, well, why did she attend the fundraiser if she was raped by Bill Clinton? I didn't attend the fundraiser. I went up there very early. When I was going through all my campaign information for Bill Clinton, I found about 3 or 4 checks that people had written to the campaign and lists of people that I had talked to that were still interested in donating. They were considering it. And the lady from the state office was going to be at that meeting. So I went up there about 30 minutes early to give her this information. I'd never met her before, and tell her that, just give some excuse that I was busy and with my business and couldn't volunteer any longer. So I met with her very briefly, gave her the checks, told her I'm sorry, I can't do it. Well, before me and my friend could get out the front door, here comes the Clintons through the kitchen area, and a gentleman that drove them from the campaign, from the airport to the home, came straight over to me and said, well, it's very interesting. He said the topic of the conversation all the way from the airport was about you. Well, he no longer said that. He didn't understand the situation. He was a local pharmacist here in Van Buren, and he didn't really know what had happened to me. He was just excited that he could talk about me and who I was. And so just immediately as he steps out of the view, here comes Hillary. She comes straight to me and she has this big smile on her face, and she's saying, "Oh, so happy to meet you. I just want you to know how appreciative I am for everything you do in Bill's campaign." And I just nodded and wanted to get out of there because I definitely did not want to come face-to-face with him. And so just as I started to turn and walk away, she grabs my arm very deliberately and looks at me very angrily. And she says, in a low voice that no one else can hear, she says, "Do you understand everything you do?" And I mean, I jerked my arm away from her and we left.
And so how do you there's a Washington Post story that recounts some of this. It also recounts in 92, the Clinton campaign hired this private detective named Jack Palladino to investigate the accusers like yourself. And I wonder how you watch Hillary now decrying Trump's name-calling when she referred to Monica Lewinsky as a narcissistic Looney Tune, when she referred to you and other accusers of not infidelity but sexual assault or worse as quote-unquote rodeo queens, as Carl Bernstein recounted in his biography on Hillary.
Yeah, it's degradable. And she doesn't want this brought back up, but she needs to be accountable for all of the things that she did to us.
And she, the campaign has said in response to the Washington Post story last week and the story about this private investigator, her campaign has said they closed the book on those stories 20 years ago. How do you respond to that?
Well, I think they may think they have closed the book 20 years ago, but the book is not closed. And she left quite a little gap in it when she started attacking Mr. Trump the other day for things about Miss USA. I don't think she realizes that she just doesn't need to go there.
Now, are you supporting, obviously, Donald Trump?
Yes, I am. You know, I did not start out to do this. I did not start to support Donald Trump. I was only responding to the tweet that Hillary Clinton sent out about all victims of sexual abuse should come forward and be believed.
Right.
And that's when I tweeted what I did. I mean, shame on her. Her, of all people, should never make that comment. And then after all of that is when she removed "you should be believed" from her website.
That's right. That's right. You've got that timeline right. And here's another question, too. I mean, you know, it's not just you and it's not just Kathleen Willey. There are as many as 8, some count 12 women who've accused Bill Clinton of sexual assault or sexual harassment. And how do you look at that when there's that many women making a similar claim and you see how, for example, Bill Cosby is treated in the forget as it pertains to the law, but just culturally how he's treated. When you start to have so many women making the same allegation, and there seems to be evidence to the fact, and there are underlying accusations that have proven true about Bill Clinton, we know that. You know, the disparate treatment of you and Kathleen Willey and others as compared to, say, for example, the Bill Cosby accusers. How do you view that?
Well, it's just, you know, Bill Cosby, I used to watch him. I adored the man. I had no idea that anything like this could be in his past. He's a movie star. He's a celebrity. The Clintons are powerful political people. You don't feel as threatened coming out against Bill Cosby as you do Bill Clinton. But Lordy, I'm 73 now. I just don't fear it all coming out.
Especially when you got Hillary Clinton riding shotgun. All right. She is Juanita Broaddrick. Ms. Broaddrick, thanks so much for joining us and giving of your time and sharing your story again. We appreciate it.
Hey, thank you.
And she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Hey, today some morning fog. Otherwise, some high clouds out there right now, but we will see the sun by the afternoon, a high of 69 degrees. Tonight, a low of 56. And for your Tuesday, for the vice presidential debate, it's going to be mostly sunny and pleasant, a high of 74. Any trouble on the roadways? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Amy, in Antioch, 173 is still closed between 83 and Graham after an earlier head-on crash. The Edens is 22 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 24. The Kennedy, 54 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 35. The Ike, an hour and 17 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. Outbound, it's 52 minutes. The Stevenson, an hour, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound, 50 minutes. Ryan is 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound, heavy 120 to 137. Northbound, it's stop and go from 95th to 31st and from the Cermak toll to the Grand Avenue curve. Adams Tollway delays, the Elgin toll to 31, 59 to Barrington Road and 2 to Lee. The Reagan Tollway very slow, 31 to Wiola, then 83 to 290. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Building owners, are you experiencing problems with your flat roof? Do you know where you're at in the life cycle of your roof? Install, repair, renew, or replace. One of the largest investments you will make to protect your building and its contents is the roof system on your building. So trust that investment to a proven industry leader. Trust it to Waukegan Roofing. Waukegan Roofing is a commercial and industrial low-slope roofing contractor installing roofs you can rely on since 1914. We install, service, and maintain all types of commercial and industrial low-slope roof systems for the Chicago area. We've installed millions of square feet of quality roofing systems, protecting buildings and their valuable contents for more than 100 years. So wherever you are in the life cycle of your roof, Waukegan Roofing is prepared to help you manage each stage with professional service and technical expertise. Call us today to schedule an appointment at 877-ROOF-201. That's 877-ROOF-201. Or visit us online at waukeganroofing.com. Waukegan Roofing, installing roofs you can rely on since 1914.
Illinois licensee 104000761.
And now, a moment of objectivism with Yaron Brook and the Ayn Rand Institute.
Elon Musk, the entrepreneur behind PayPal and SpaceX, explained why he believes America is the world's leader in innovation. Quote, "The U.S. is more open to new ideas than any country in the world. It is a country that tends to encourage success. Where you see someone that did extremely well, generally the reaction in the U.S. is good for them. In most countries, that's not the reaction. People tend to think, oh, that person did well because they screwed somebody else," end quote. What makes prosperity and progress possible? A culture that values reason, science, and freedom. One that admires achievement and success. Today, opponents of economic inequality are trying to change America to envy and demonize success. To learn how to stop them, listen to my show. From the Ayn Rand Institute, I'm Yaron Brook.
This has been a moment of objectivism from the Ayn Rand Institute. To learn more, listen to the Yaron Brook Show, Saturdays at 4 on AM 560, and visit ariradio.com.
If you enjoy Yaron Brook's Moments of Objectivism, consider making a gift to support content like this from the Ayn Rand Institute. ARI fosters a growing awareness, understanding, and acceptance of Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism to create a culture guided by the principles of reason, rational self-interest, individualism, and laissez-faire capitalism. To support this work, go to ariradio.com and click on the Donate button. Your tax-deductible gift will help to spread the message of Ayn Rand to the next generation.
Liberty Mutual Insurance presents a story about Nana's cake.
It's Nana's 80th birthday, and you accidentally locked your keys in the car, along with her ice cream cake. No worries, this is a happy story. You have Liberty Mutual Insurance with 24-hour roadside assistance, and help is on the way. Liberty saves the day, and Nana even gives you an extra piece of unmelted cake.
Click the banner to get a quote. You can leave worry behind when Liberty stands with you. Liberty Mutual Insurance. Optional towing and labor coverage. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company.
Lawns love fall. They love backyard touch football and kids diving into leaf piles. But what lawns really love is fall's cool air and warm soil. That's why now is the time to use Scott's Turf Builder grass seed to help repair and thicken your lawn from the long summer. Scott's Turf Builder grass seed grows grass quicker, thicker, and greener, guaranteed. So pick up a bag today. Fall time is yard time with Scott's.
I have actually been on Balance of Nature for a year now. I have MS, and I recently had an MRI. This is the first year that I've had a stable MRI, so I'm thrilled. When I have an MRI with MS, usually there are glowing spots that come through, which is damage on the nerves in my brain and my spinal cord, and when they're glowing, it means they're active. And then my last MRI, they pulled it up, and I honestly couldn't believe that it was my MRI. There was nothing glowing. And in fact, the dark spots were shrinking. They were healing. And the doctor actually said to me, "I think we're in remission." I was so happy. I had no idea that that could be my reality.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code CHICAGO.
Are voter ID laws unconstitutional? Hear both sides when the National Constitution Center, the Federalist Society, and the American Constitution Society come to Chicago for one night only, Wednesday, October 5th, for an important America's Town Hall debate at the Chicago Cultural Center. National Constitution Center President and CEO Jeffrey Rosen will moderate. Tickets for the debate are free but limited. For reservations, visit constitutioncenter.org. That's constitutioncenter.org.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Banned on Twitter, but not on our airwaves, His Majesty Milo Yiannopoulos at 8:08.
And you are who? Who are you? We'll explain coming up later. But first, let's go into the newsroom. We know who this man is, Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, a man shot and killed by police in Markham and Kankakee County Sheriff's investigating 4 homicides this morning. WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Before you vote, pray. That's what Pope Francis is telling American Catholics, and to choose with their conscience in an election year when many Americans say they don't like or trust Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump. Then again, a new poll shows many of those thinking of voting third party aren't all that sure. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, an Associated Press GFK poll shows 7 out of 10 third-party supporters aren't totally sold on Libertarian Gary Johnson or Green Party candidate Jill Stein and could change their minds. When forced to choose between Republican Donald Trump or Democrat Hillary Clinton, they're about split down the middle. 1/3 wouldn't pick and said they just wouldn't vote. The poll, which was taken before the first presidential debate, shows Johnson with 9% support, Jill Stein with 2%, and another candidate with 2%. Dave.
Rachel, Trump will talk to a veterans group in Virginia later this morning, and then he'll go to Colorado for rallies as the Republican deals with the fallout of a New York Times story showing he might have paid no federal taxes for years, using huge business losses as a write-off. His supporters say he did nothing illegal. Clinton will be campaigning in Ohio as her former rival Bernie Sanders admits he was bothered by leaked audio of her saying in February that his supporters were buying into a false promise of a political revolution. Hurricane Matthew is already raining down on Jamaica before the big storm hits the island. Parts of Haiti could also get nailed. Cuba as well. This tourist there says,
They have told us that we cannot leave the hotel and must remain in our rooms when the hurricane starts.
And flooding and mudslides are a big worry because the storm could dump more than 3 feet of rain on some areas. Matthew may also later target the U.S. East Coast. Kim Kardashian is not hurt, but she was shaken up after being robbed at gunpoint in Paris in her hotel room. Police say she was tied up and put into the bathroom, and the robbers got more than $10 million worth of jewelry. Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Clouds, 59 degrees. Time is 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Kankakee County Sheriff's Police are trying to determine this morning if 4 homicides, including a triple homicide discovered Sunday afternoon in Pembroke Township, are connected. Sheriff Mike Downey said the triple homicide may be linked to the other homicide that occurred early Saturday morning, and there is an early morning press conference being scheduled at this hour to update that investigation. Autopsies are expected later today for a man and woman killed in a crash near Tinley Park. State police say Shantonia Giles and Timothy Cofield were riding in a car yesterday that collided with a semi on I-80 just east of LaGrange Road. Both victims pronounced dead at the scene. Family and friends devastated after a college student from the south suburbs was gunned down in a North Carolina shooting. 19-year-old Alicia Deardenay of Homewood and another man were shot and killed near a house party close to the campus of North Carolina A&T. A woman is dead following a rollover crash on the Dan Ryan Expressway. State police say Brenda Whitehead was driving an SUV that struck another vehicle, then flipped near 47th Street. Was the Bears winners in Sunday NFL action over the Lions 17-14. Brian Hoyer, 300 yards through the air, 2 touchdowns. Baseball, Cubs over Cincinnati 7-4. And with victory number 103 in the books, they now cool their heels and wait for a Wrigley Field playoff game on Friday. Minnesota beat the White Sox to end the season 6-3 and end the management career of Robin Ventura with the Sox. He's announced he will not return. The news, a service of the Foundation for a Better Life. She didn't just visit the sick and poor. She moved in because they needed help. Mother Teresa couldn't do it all, but gave her all: compassion, Pass it on from the Foundation for a Better Life at values.com. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. From the Fox Business Network and a service of Turnkey.pro, here's Ginny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, Google is launching its own smartphone this week. The Financial Times says Google's phone will have a voice-responsive smart speaker to compete with Amazon's Echo. There's a settlement to compensate Volkswagen dealers in the U.S. who lost business because of the emissions cheating scandal. VW dealers have a tentative agreement to be paid $1.2 billion. A judge must still approve the settlement. Tesla is more popular, selling many more of its electric cars, despite the fatal collision of a Model S on autopilot during the summer. In the summer quarter alone, Tesla delivered more than 25,000 cars. In the first 6 months of the year, Tesla only delivered 30,000 cars. The Dow closed up 164 points on Friday. The Nasdaq was up 42 points. The S&P added 17, and futures are higher this morning. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Ginny Casola.
It's 8:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
I'm Alice, owner of a growing company. Our entire business depends on our phones, so I was challenged when our phone service providers struggled to deliver our calls. Missed calls means lost revenue. I heard Innovative Networks helped AM 560, so I called. They provided an innovative solution that reinforced our phone infrastructure and enhanced call flow. I truly appreciate how comprehensive, diligent, and cost-effective Innovative Networks was in providing us a solution that scales as my business expands. They even replaced our outdated phone system and provided hands-on training to maximize our capabilities. Amazingly, it cost us nothing. I'm saving money and more focused on growing my business. I'm thrilled with Innovative Networks.
Follow Alice's lead and call Innovative Networks at 312-889-9090. They're A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau. Call 312-889-9090 or visit go4inet.com. Are you happy with your carrier?
America is taking the lead in energy.
Leading the world in oil and natural gas production. I vote to keep it going. With the right policies, we can produce, refine, and supply
more oil and natural gas.
And more abundant energy
means more affordable energy for American families.
A more secure America.
Jobs.
Opportunity and economic growth. For our children
and grandchildren.
That's why this election,
I'm voting
for American energy.
Learn more at voteforenergy.org.
Join us and become an energy voter.
Brought to you by American Petroleum Institute.
You're listening to the actual sound of Jupiter. Its electromagnetic waves were captured by a probe and beamed roughly 365 million miles to scientists on Earth. But say those same scientists wanted to host a video conference to show off their work. They'd probably need to call IT to have them set up video and a 15-digit dial-in that might not even work. At Vonage, we think it's about time business communications caught up. See what Vonage can do for your business at vonage.com/it'saboutTime.
Our time is 8:07. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 Traffic Center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Edens looks great. 19 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 23. Kennedy, 47 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. 26 from Montrose. 24 in the Express. Outbound 35 to O'Hare. The Eisenhower, though, is it's an hour and 11 minutes from Thorndale to downtown. 53 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 52 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 50 minutes. Ryan, 27 minutes. 95th to downtown. Outbound 18. Tri-state delays. Southbound a little heavy around 176. Northbound slow 95th to the Hinsdale Oasis and Roosevelt to the Grand Avenue Curve. Eastbound Adams Tollway, it's a bit sluggish, 2E to Lee. The Reagan Tollway has quickly cleared up. Veterans Memorial, slow southbound from the Army Trail Toll to St. Charles. Northbound, very heavy, I-55 most of the way to Roosevelt and Army Trail to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, patchy fog for the morning. Otherwise, clouds and sun, high 69. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 56. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, high 74. Partly cloudy at night, low 61. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 59 and clouds at O'Hare. Next news at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by 1 Hour, together with Mike Rowe, encouraging you to choose licensed technicians to service your home. Call 1 Hour today, 855-1HOUR.
Good morning. Welcome to your Monday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
This is Vin Scully wishing you a very pleasant good afternoon wherever you may be.
This is a guy who, when lots of businesses went out of business in the early 1990s, he fought and clawed back to build another fortune, to create tens of thousands of more jobs.
I mean, the man in The Art of the Deal, this is described. First of all, we're talking about 26 years ago, perfectly legal.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Well, I'll tell you what, something happened over the weekend that could be very instructive for Trump. I think it's something that he should adopt in the debate on this coming Sunday night.
This Sunday. We'll be there, by the way.
We will.
Programming note.
And we're going to be broadcasting our show from St. Louis the Monday morning after. And the thing that happened over the weekend, Theresa May, the new British Prime Minister, spoke at the Conservative Conference. And she spoke about Brexit. This is the first time she offered a detailed kind of game plan for exiting the EU per the referendum. And she addressed some of the questions about it. And remember, Brexit has been argued by Trump and others as kind of a canary in the mine shaft for what is going to happen November 8th here, regardless of what some of the surveys report right now. Listen to what Theresa May had to say. And very much like a special relationship between Reagan and Thatcher, if Donald Trump can avoid some of the high school freshman emotional outbursts he has, maybe there could be a special relationship between a President Trump and a Prime Minister May. Listen to Miss May on Brexit.
Some politicians, democratically elected politicians, say that the referendum isn't valid, that we need to have a second vote. Others say they don't like the result, and they'll challenge any attempt to leave the European Union through the courts. Come on. The referendum result was clear. It was legitimate. It was the biggest vote for change this country has ever known. Brexit means Brexit, and we're going to make a success of it.
How about that?
Wow, that's a tough cookie. I like her.
That's what's called a strong female leader of a free country. And she went on to detail that they're going to begin the process no later than the end of March 2017 and be out by 2 years later. So there is a plan and a program for making a success out of Brexit. But she legitimized the illegitimate election results, even if some people, including across the pond over here, didn't like them. And it'd be nice if Trump could get off of Alicia Machado and some of these other ancillary issues and maintain his focus where it had been for much of the 5 weeks up until the debate last week, which is on policy. The great irony, as we've talked about, is Trump has been at his best and it was ascendant when he was talking policy, giving those policy speeches and framing the discussion for the week ahead by starting out on a Monday or a Tuesday with a policy speech. When he gets lost in the weeds about himself and his fragile ego, that's when it all breaks apart.
And that's the thing, this Twitter tirade that he went on at 3:30 in the morning over a former Miss Universe. I mean, he attacked Hillary Clinton saying, this Alicia M. in the debate as a paragon of virtue just shows that crooked Hillary suffers from bad judgment. Hillary was set up by a con. He also went on to talk about her sex tapes and her past and that she becoming a U.S. citizen so Hillary could use her in the debate. I mean, it was just, he's unhinged. He cannot process criticism at all, and he can't let something die down.
Well, although and Hillary, Saturday Night Live did pick up on that. Saturday Night Live did pick up on the Alicia Machado entrance into the debate, the last debate.
Well, this has been an illuminating debate, but now it's time for our final...
Alicia Machado!
I'm sorry, what was that? Who is Alicia Machado?
Thank you for bringing that up, Lester. She is a strong, beautiful political prop that I almost forgot to mention tonight, even though we already made a web video about her.
Right. So the point is, it was a craven, transparent play by Hillary Clinton to get under Donald Trump's skin, to throw some chum, and he chased it. And it's not helpful to him.
It's not. And Hillary Clinton on Saturday, she said, look, he is so unstable. He can't control himself.
I mean, really, who gets up at 3 o'clock in the morning to engage in a Twitter attack against a former Miss Universe? I mean, his latest Twitter meltdown is unhinged, even for him. It proves yet again that he is temperamentally unfit to be president and commander-in-chief.
Yeah, although it's interesting because the Hillary's Twitter account was firing off tweets on national service and other matters
at 3 in the morning.
3 in the morning
the next day.
To mock Trump. And as Razor, a tweeter named Razor, observed, Hillary tweets at 3:20 a.m. to mock Trump. She'll disrupt her slumber for a GOP foe, but not for Glenn Doherty or Tyrone Woods.
Or Chris Stevens. That's good.
Zing.
Zing.
Yeah, so that matters, too. I mean, let's not pretend that Hillary Clinton has the moral high ground on some of these matters. We've talked about her. They have names. She has a name, Donald. Her name's Alicia Machado. Well, right. If he was on his game, he would have said, they have names, Hillary. Their names are Juanita Broderick and Kathleen Willey, and they're not rodeo queens, as you described them. And Monica Lewinsky was at a narcissistic Looney Tune, as you described her. So if we're talking about name-calling, I guess we should hold everybody to account and do a nice job of middling that issue so he can get out of it rather than raising a Rosie O'Donnell and kind of arguing about the nature of who he's criticizing and how he's criticizing them and the details of a beauty queen pageant.
But his response from the debate when she brought up Alicia Machado, he said, how did you find out about that? How do you know about that? I mean, he immediately became defensive. And when he becomes defensive, he becomes unhinged in my mind and uncontrollable. And he tweets in the middle of the night about that. Let it go. Who cares about Alicia Machado?
It's a very simple proposition. It's a very simple proposition. Trump has a winning message as a change agent. And the more he talks about policy and the record of the elites, Hillary Clinton being an exemplar of that class, that political class of elites, and contrast what he will do on substantive issues like national security and border control and tax and spend and regulatory policy, even where I disagree, and I have many disagreements. The more he does that and focuses there where the contrasts exist, the more successful he's going to be. The more he obsesses about celebrity gossip and the ancillary issues that Hillary Clinton wants to raise and debate for days on end, the worse it's going to be. So if he wants to kick the victory away, then he should continue talking about Alicia Machado. If he wants to win, he should get back to the Donald Trump that existed between the 2 weeks after the convention to right before that first debate. You remember the day of that first debate, UPI reported for the first time Donald Trump had, a snapshot, of course, but Donald Trump had taken the Electoral College lead, and he's receded since that debate. So to me, that's the choice. Tom in Deer Park, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Oh, hi, Dan, Amy. You mentioned earlier you're going to be filling in for Michael Medved on the air, and you didn't tell the time slot, but you owe it to your listeners to do that because you're about the only intellectually honest conservative host on your station. From 9 o'clock on it's not intellectually honest. So why don't you tell the listeners what time you'll be on so we can listen?
No, thank you for the call, Tom. 2 to 5 is Michael Medved's slot, 2 to 5 this afternoon. And then, yeah, and here, I know, 2 to 5 is when it's live. I mean, it's a national show. And then on our station, it's 10 p.m. to 1 a.m.
Yes.
Right, so you can catch it in both spots.
And then then take a 4-hour break from us and begin again Tuesday with us at 5 a.m.
Right. And then we're hosting Medved Show again tomorrow.
Right. So it's just constant.
And then we're probably pretty soon, this station is going to go to 24/7 Dan and Amy. I don't know when.
Shh, don't tell Joe Walsh.
But it's likely. Jasmine and Wilmette, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi. Amy and others keep saying that Donald Trump, what's he doing up at 3 in the morning? When I was at the Republican National Convention sitting behind Trump, a group of 20-something-year-old guys were so pumped to see this guy named Dan Scavino. And I said, who's Dan Scavino? They pointed to him, and he was right behind Trump videotaping, going live on all his feeds, all his social media. And they said, that's Dan. He used to work at his caddy at his Mar-a-Lago place or whatever, or something like that. And now he does all his social media. I would get Dan Scavino on the show and ask him, who's tweeting at 3 in the morning? Because unless Donald Trump has an inflated prostate that's pinching his bladder, I think it's Dan and not Donald.
Yeah, that doesn't does it matter?
Well, sure.
No, actually,
everyone's
no.
his name so much.
Well, he
like
said his
he's
tweets
some
are his
wacko, and he's not.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the call, Jasmine. It doesn't matter. You're responsible for what happens in your campaign under your name.
Yeah, well, he said his tweets are his own, but also, too, he doesn't sleep. Donald Trump, he's like you. He doesn't require a lot of sleep. He said all he needs is 4 or 5 hours.
Well, whatever. I mean, now we're getting into the weeds. This is exactly the idea of getting into. He didn't tweet it. Some underling tweeted it. Okay, well, what did he do about it? It became a story. I didn't hear a renunciation. I didn't hear anybody get disciplined. It's stupid. It's politically stupid. It's not helpful. You are held to account for everything that happens under your name as the candidate for office. I don't care if it's for school board or for President of the United States. So let's stop rationalizing stupidity. I just refuse to do it. If you think this is helpful to Donald Trump to obsess about Alicia Machado or some other, some vendor that wasn't paid that Hillary accuses him of, rather than to pivot off of this to put her on defense, okay, then I'm happy to hear that argument. I disagree with it, but that's an argument. Rationalizing these things, he didn't do it, she did it, he did it. Come on.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Some clouds right now. We could have some sunshine by this afternoon, a high of 69 degrees. And tonight, a low of 56. And for tomorrow, it looks pretty good. We'll have mostly sunny skies, a high of 74. Let's get those travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. It's all clear on the inbound Edens. 19 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 23. The Kennedy, 47 minutes O'Hare to downtown. 26 from Montrose, 24 in the Express. Outbound 18 minutes to Montrose, 35 to O'Hare. The Eisenhower's an hour and 11 minutes from Thorndale to downtown. 53 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 54 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 51 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 50. Ryan is 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. Outbound 18. Lakeshore Drive delays. Southbound Montrose to North Avenue and 18th to the Stevenson. Northbound Roosevelt to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State stop and go. Archer to the Hinsdale Oasis. 47th to 31st and Roosevelt to North Avenue. Veterans Memorial still pretty heavy from I-55 most of the way to Roosevelt, then Army Trail to 290. That's traffic on AM 560, The Answer.
On AM 560, The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
A couple years ago, I had a severe accident which disabled my right hand and caused chronic pain and complete suffering. It took many years before really we figured out exactly what it was or how to treat it. My whole goal was I did not want to be on high levels of pain medicine. After some time, I went to see Dr. Kenneth Candido to try to figure out the source of the pain and a solution and how to solve it. He listens. I'm going to cry because it's so real. I've been through so much, and he wants to help his patients, and he's there for me whenever I need him.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
Hey, we must speak out against gun control lies and the left's war on guns. Just like best-selling author John Lott Jr., who will be signing his new book, War on Guns, at Maxson Shooters on October 4th. Protecting your family and Second Amendment rights is damn important. That's why Maxson is focused on safety, proficiency, and education. Purchase John's book, have it autographed, and hear a short presentation. Learn to spot misinformation, twisted statistics, and effectively push back against gun control fictions. Maxson's is easy to reach in Des Plaines, just off of I-90 and Mount Prospect Road. For information about this event or directions, call 847-298-4867 or visit MaxsonShooters.com. That's MAXON Shooters.com. Chicagoland's finest gun shop and indoor range. Don't miss this opportunity to meet John Lott at Maxson Shooters October 4th from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy talking Trump and Hillary, the tax bombshell, which apparently only applies to Trump, because when Hillary claimed a $700,000 loss carry forward on her 2005 returns, that's not a bombshell. When the New York Times paid no taxes in 2014 on $20 million plus in profit, that's not a bombshell. But Donald Trump's 95 tax return, the 3 pages the New York Times received, where they admit that he didn't break any laws.
Well, the only thing that makes it...
That's a bombshell.
No, the only thing is that somebody secretly mailed it to the New York Times, because the Clintons released their tax returns and Donald Trump didn't, hence the bombshell. But there's no there.
Yeah.
I know.
Substantively,
and it came,
what's the
return address was the Trump Tower, so could have been an inside job. I don't know.
Here's something else, too, since we're talking about all this money in Wall Street. And maybe now if Donald Trump can put this tax issue behind him, thanks to the inadvertent help of the New York Times, he can focus on things like asking for the release of those Wall Street bank speech transcripts again that Hillary gave, those $250,000, $500,000 speeches she was giving. Against the backdrop of this, you know how the Chicago Democrats, you know how they abhor Wall Street and
hate
their profiteering.
So they need him for their campaign.
This story over the weekend in the Wall Street Journal, Chicago's struggling schools made Wall Street $110 million from the $750,000 in bonds they sold. Because CPS is junk rated, there's a premium to be paid for borrowing, right? J.P. Morgan, the country's largest bank by assets, made a 9.5% profit on $150 million it bought in July and sold in September. That's an 82% annualized return. Nuveen, an investment firm managing $160 billion, has bought $613 million in CPS bonds since February for a total return of about 25%. It's almost 50% on an annualized basis. An especially large gain at a time of near zero interest rates, I'd say.
Yeah.
John Miller, Nuveen's co-head of fixed income, said, at the end of the day, the school system is critically important to Chicago, to the whole country, really. And so that market concern of a default was overblown, and they took advantage of the fact that the political class here would backstop this awful school system that is bankrupt. Here's Jackson Potter from CTU, Chicago Teachers Union, saying, J.P. Morgan and Nuveen are taking advantage of a distressed school district at the expense of our most vulnerable students. Oh, right, it's the Wall Street banks that are at fault, because you have to pay a premium to borrow because the teachers union, in pertinent part, has driven CPS with a lot of help from the political class, Tiny Dancer Toady Forrest Claypool, Tiny Dancer himself, into bankruptcy, into kind of the junk rating wasteland. And so you're paying Sopranos rates to borrow. And that means Wall Street banks, who know the political class will continue to prop up this failed system, make a killing. That's the system. That's who the Chicago Democrats enrich through their mismanagement. And guess who's paying the freight on the interest? Not the bond ferry. You and me and everybody in Illinois. Ray in Justice, Illinois.
Hey, I was just listening to you guys talking about Trump, how he's being held, to his responsible for his everything that happens in his campaign and all of that. But look at Hillary. She does all of these email scandals and just everything seems to be a scandal around her. Nobody holds her to the same standard, at least not the media. But what troubles me is that the Republicans are not smart enough to see those things coming and understand some of the things that they can do to work around these issues as they come up, like these bimbo eruptions, you might call it. Anyway, that's just what I have in mind, and I don't know what else to say about that.
Thanks for the call, Ray. I would say some of us are, and by the way, we got an email that makes the point. So let me understand this. Donald Trump is being persecuted for following the law with regard to his taxes, and Hillary Clinton gets a pass on breaking the law with regard to her server and so many other things. That's a nice line for Donald Trump to use on Sunday night.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
As a business owner or HR director, you've seen medical plans disappear. You've seen deductible and co-payment and total out-of-pocket expenses skyrocket, and the new prescription plans are a joke. You've been forced to accept the Obamacare-compliant plans, while at the same time, labor organizations and other friends of the establishment have been given special exemptions. Thankfully, the market for group health insurance has caught up, and some companies we work with can now offer these same ACA-exempt policies for your employees. My name is Greg Eck, president of Beneficial Solutions. Our team has been reacting to ever-changing insurance markets for the past 25 years. Beneficial Solutions will arm your company with the latest tools to protect your business from potential ACA penalties and make the most of your employee benefit dollars. Call us now so we can game plan before open enrollment season arrives at 630-717-8282. That's 630-717-8282. Or find us online at beneficialsolutions.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll talk a little tax policy with a University of Chicago tax professor at 8:38.
But first, let's go into the newsroom. Say good morning to Mike Scott.
Clouds 60 degrees, Haiti and Jamaica this morning, preparing for what some are calling a life-threatening storm. Hurricane Matthew packing winds of 130 miles an hour. National Hurricane Center spokesman Dennis Feltgren.
There's going to be some fluctuations in the intensity during the next couple of days, but make no mistake about it, Matthew will remain a strong to dangerous hurricane at least through Tuesday.
And at least a Category 4 hurricane with 3.5 feet of rain possible. NTSB investigators continuing to search for clues to find out what caused last week's deadly New Jersey train crash. The NTSB says one of the data recorders pulled from the records is not working. Opening statements expected today in the murder trial of a Georgia man whose toddler's son died in a hot car. Prosecutors say Justin Harris left his 22-month-old in the car all day after he went to work. Vice presidential nominees gearing up for the big debate. Democrat Tim Kaine squaring off against Republican Mike Pence in the 90-minute primetime debate tomorrow night, right here on AM 560, beginning at 8. Kankakee County sheriffs are trying to determine if 4 homicides, including a triple homicide discovered Sunday afternoon in Pembroke Township, are connected. Just before 1 p.m. Sunday, a family member discovered the bodies of 3 men shot to death. Their identities have not been released. Sheriff Mike Downey this morning is meeting with reporters to detail the ongoing investigation. Chicago sports on Sunday. The Bears winners over the Lions, 17-14. Baseball season over for the White Sox, 6-3 losers to Minnesota, and they lost their manager on the way out of town. Robin Ventura announcing he will not return as skipper. Cubs beat Cincinnati 7-4. The news service of Staples. Staples has low prices on ink and toner and an in-stock guarantee to ensure you always get what you need. Fast in-stock guarantee applies to in-store selection only. Out-of-stock ink and toner will be ordered from in-store kiosk with a $10 discount plus free shipping. Limit 1 cartridge per customer. 8:33 is our time. We'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to secure a reverse mortgage, give me a call. Hal called Chicago's hometown bank, you know, the one that counts your change for free, for a reverse mortgage. Hal thought Chicago's hometown bank's closing costs were excessive, so he called for a free consultation. I reviewed Hal's loan documents and confirmed that Chicago's hometown bank was charging him over $9,500 in closing costs, which is ridiculous. I helped Hal secure a reverse mortgage and paid for all of his closing costs. Now I know how Chicago's hometown bank pays for all those change counting machines. If you're in the market for a reverse mortgage and want to be treated with respect like Hal, give me a call at 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. I've helped thousands of AM560 listeners, but I can't help if you don't call 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage and Equal Housing Lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage License 4358, RMLA, NMLS 19186.
Remodel your kitchen with Galaxy. Buy one cabinet and get one free with free financing and design services. Call 773-783-8300.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba. You know, hormone balance is a big deal. If your hormones are out of whack, it can account for so many health challenges like low energy and fatigue, spaced out memory, low sex drive, otherwise known as the dead in bed syndrome. Nothing excites you anymore with you watching more and more TV every night, misusing food or alcohol, and then there's the hair loss that you thought was age appropriate, and then the weight gain. Let me tell you about our specially priced dirt cheap hormone test. No blood, just saliva. Interesting that with over 33 years in private practice, I've never seen normal hormone test results in the first go-around. And that's why you need to have us help you balance your hormones once and for all. So call our HealthQuest radio hotline at 800-794-1855. You can't get any cheaper than dirt cheap. No blood, just spit. Call 800-794-1855. Oh, and be sure to listen to HealthQuest radio with me, Dr. David Kolbaba, this Saturday morning at 11. But for now, call 800-794-1855.
8:36. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 Traffic Center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. In Payless Park, traffic is jammed around 83 and 104th Avenue due to traffic signal issues. Eden's outbound just a little heavy Pratt to Toohey. Otherwise, it's fine both ways. Don Kennedy delays start around O'Hare. It is 42 minutes from the airport to downtown. 30 minutes from Montrose, 26 in the Express. Outbound 35 to O'Hare. The Eisenhower, an hour and 11 minutes. Thorndale to Circle, 53 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 54 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 51 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 53 minutes. Delays from Damon to County Line. Ryan, 25 minutes. 95th to downtown. Outbound now fine at 15. Northbound tri-state delays from Archer to the Hinsdale Oasis, 47th to 31st, and Roosevelt to North Avenue. Adams Tollway sluggish, Toohey to Lee, Reagan Tollway Finley to Highland, Veterans Royal still slow from I-55 to the Reagan Tollway, Army Trail to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. We'll have patchy fog this morning. And in fact, a dense fog advisory is up for a few more minutes in central and southern Illinois. Clouds and sun for the bulk of the day, high 69, and a partly cloudy sky overnight, low of 56. Currently 60 at O'Hare. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Empowered Investing, the show dedicated to investors. Heard Saturdays at noon right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, don't be caught without the facts. Listen to me, Sean Hannity, this afternoon at 2, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're talking about Trump's late-night tweets and all that. He should invoke this piece from Business Insider, perhaps in Sunday's debate. Intelligent people tend to be messy, stay awake longer, and swear more. This, according to studies distilled by the author for the this piece in the Business Insider, John Stanley Hunter, which, of course, is my pseudonym.
That's right. It's funny that you mentioned the Business Insider because LeBron James wrote an op-ed over the weekend supporting Hillary Clinton. The same publication.
Yeah.
And that's gonna tip the scales in Ohio.
LeBron James is my other pseudonym.
Exactly.
But the bombshell over the weekend, a Chiron writer's delight, is the New York Times story, publication of a couple of pages of Donald Trump's 1995 tax returns. After so much has been made about his unwillingness to release his tax returns, an issue Hillary Clinton continues to jawbone. And so the question is this really a bombshell, or is this nothing more than a bigger number that related to a practice that is positively pedestrian in terms of loss carry forward that mitigates future income tax liabilities? For more on this topic, we're pleased to be joined by an expert in the area. He's a CPA. He's also tax expert at the University of Chicago's Booth School of Business. He is Professor Roman Weil. And Professor Weil, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Well, I'm happy to be with you. This is terrific for me. You wouldn't be interested in me but for this story.
Well,
Diggity dog.
It's a big day, huh?
Yeah,
it's highlight of my whole month.
Well, I tell you, you flamboyant tax policy professors. All right, Professor Weil, let's keep it together here. Okay. What of this story? And are we talking about just a lot of hysteria because the number is so big, $916 million loss that he reported in 1995? Is there anything that is concerning or raises the specter of illegality associated with what the New York Times published?
Well, you got two questions there. First, the size of the number is what makes it a story. If it were $900, it would be ho-hum. If it were $9,000, it would be ho-hum. If it were $9 million, it would be ho-hum. You'd still make a story out of it at $9 million. But at $900 million, it is a real story, and there's absolutely nothing illegal about it.
And
that's two questions.
Okay.
So you decide where to go next.
The other thing that's interesting about this is the standard. It seems the New York Times, when they admitted what you just said, which is there's nothing illegal here, they've got a plank in their eye. In 2014, New York Times paid no federal taxes because of loss carry forward. Hillary Clinton, in the 2015 tax return she released, had a $700,000 loss carry forward. So when you hear the New York Times and the pundit class making a big issue of this, when you hear Hillary Clinton making a big issue of this, you just relegate this to kind of typical political banter, or how do you view it?
It is political banter, and you did misquote the New York Times. They didn't say he didn't pay taxes. What they said was there was a large potential that he didn't pay taxes. If his income over the 15 or 18-year period in question was less than $915 million, then he wouldn't have had to pay taxes. If he earned $1 billion over that time period, he had to pay taxes. The New York Times is clear about that. Some commenters have been sloppy, but the New York Times was careful to get it right.
Well, don't you think he should come out then and say, I mean, if he did pay federal taxes and didn't, use this 18-year, scapegoat that he could use, don't you think he should come out and tell the American people, hey, I did pay taxes and here are my tax returns?
Now, you're talking to me because I'm an expert in economics and accounting, and you just asked me a political question, so I'm going to disclaim expertise in that. When I speak, I'm going to speak from a platform where I am rock solid, and you've asked me a question where I'm not an expert.
Well,
so I'm going to disclaim an expert opinion on that subject.
No problem. Well, let me ask you this: how should people that have median household incomes, that range, how should they understand numbers that large in terms of how they complete their own taxes? Give an example of somebody that makes $50,000 or $75,000. What would be of a similar kind and just a different degree than what Donald Trump did?
I don't think it's comprehensible to ordinary folks like you and me. I mean, even if we made $500,000 a year, this number is incomprehensible. It is 3 orders of magnitude larger than anything we deal with. And there's been enough research on orders of magnitude of number comprehension that it's beyond our ken.
I'm not talking about that.
We just can't think about numbers of that size and make sense of them without further study and dealing with it. It just doesn't make sense to us.
Yeah, I'm talking. I understand. I'm not talking about the number. I'm talking about the practice, the provision in the tax code that allows for what Donald Trump did.
We can read it. We can comprehend that there are rules in the tax code that apply to real estate development that don't apply to us. This revelation will bring home to us in a way that we didn't know before. We've heard before about loopholes. That's an abstraction. This is now a concrete instance that will perhaps make clear to us things we didn't know before. The New York Times article, if you look in the footnotes, has something like 6,800 comments from ordinary people about that story, and I read a dozen of them, and many of the dozen that I read are saying, wow, I did not understand before this story what loophole really meant, and the tax code does need fixing. Maybe this will get Democrats and Republicans together to fix the tax law. The tax law is a mess. Everybody knows it's a mess. We need bipartisan effort to fix it, and maybe this will have the effect of getting people together to fix the tax code. That would be a wonderful outcome.
No.
I think both Democrat and Republican economists that I know and work with, all of us say the tax code needs fixing. The thing that needs most fixing is not this. This would come along for the ride.
Well, what needs the most fixing? What would be the number one priority if you were in charge?
The number one priority to fix is the tax treatment of corporate income held abroad. You read about it with the inversions. This Apple EU controversy is a signal of $2 trillion of income stashed abroad by corporate America that we need to get home. And that is the biggest part of the tax code that needs to be fixing. This real estate thing has nothing to do with that. But both Democrats and Republicans know about the $2 trillion that we need to get home and not let the European tax authorities grab it.
What about charitable deductions? Hillary Clinton made a $1 million charitable deduction to the Clinton Family Foundation, which is separate and distinct from the Clinton Global Initiative that's been such in the news.
That's small potatoes.
Well, I understand, but in terms of getting rid of deductions and credits and all the carve-outs in a complicated tax code, is that an area that we should look, or does a deduction encourage philanthropic giving?
The charitable deductions is small potatoes. The big deduction that's going to be controversial is the mortgage interest deduction. That is so basic in American thinking and American wish to have home ownership that will be controversial. The charitable tax deduction is not nearly as important to the American way of life as home mortgage interest deduction. That's where the fight will be.
But doesn't this all go to kind of the same philosophical conversation? We're going to incentivize certain conduct and disincentivize others, and we've got this complicated code where we're always finding a new deduction or a new carve-out for some political class's pet project or for some constituency group that we want to generate support from.
Certainly what you have just said is true, but charitable deductions is not one that favors one party over the other, one class over the other. Charitable deductions cut across our society and income classes quite wide.
Well, there's no question. So does the mortgage deduction. But the point is that you have a political class that's bribing people with their own money. That's my point, I suppose.
That is correct.
All right. He is Professor Roman Weil, CPA, University of Chicago Booth School of Business. Professor Weil, thanks so much for your time. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, Family Feud. But first, here's your forecast. We have some high clouds right now. Kind of gray, but the sun's trying to shine through. A high of 69 degrees tonight, a low of 56. And for your Tuesday, it's going to be just a gorgeous day. Mostly sunny skies, pleasant, a high in the mid-70s. Let's get to it. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. And traffic looks pretty nice on the inbound Edens. 19 minutes, Lake Hook to Montrose. Outbound just 20. Inbound Kennedy has delays from Costner to the Burn Circle. 42 minutes O'Hare to downtown. 32 from Montrose, 24 in the Express. Outbound 30 to the airport, still Montrose to Canfield. Inbound Eisenhower, an hour and 11 minutes, that is, from Thorndale to downtown. It's 53 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 54 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 51 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 44 minutes. The Ryan is 25 minutes. 95th to the Loop. Northbound Tri-State, heavy 75th to 31st. And Roosevelt to North Avenue. Veterans Memorials, those 75th to Reagan Tollway and Lake Street to 290. That's traffic on AM 560, The Answer.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
About 6 years ago, I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store without having to stop and rest. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down, my blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code CHICAGO.
Did you know that a dirty CPAP system can make you sick? If you knew what could be growing in your mask and hose, you might not sleep so well. But now, SoClean.com has released the world's first and only automated CPAP cleaner and sanitizer. It kills 99.9% of all CPAP germs, and it's completely hands-free. For a limited time, you can try SoClean risk-free for 30 days. Just call 1-800-400-0542.
SoClean changed the CPAP experience for the better. My health has improved. It's simple to use, and I'm not worried about infections.
SoClean destroys CPAP bacteria, viruses, and germs, and it eliminates the daily hassle of washing your system by hand. There's no water, chemicals, or disassembly. Just pop in your mask, close the lid, and presto! Your CPAP system is clean and fresh in minutes. Call SoClean.com to try it risk-free at home for 30 days. This is a limited-time offer, only available by calling 1-800-400-0542. That's 1-800-400-0542.
This is a life-changing message for anyone with sleep apnea who is on the go and tired of dragging around a big, bulky home CPAP device. Now there's finally a portable device that's as small as a soda can and weighs less than a pound. You can even add a battery that's as tiny as a deck of cards. It's the Transcend Mini CPAP, and if you're one of the first 100 callers, you can try Transcend risk-free for 10 days. So call now, 1-800-400-2199. Transcend is the world's first portable mini CPAP device. It gives you the freedom to sleep in total comfort anywhere you are. Our smallest and most advanced portable design ever, Transcend is so small and so light, you can fit it in your briefcase or purse to use anywhere you go. It's FAA compliant too, so you can even sleep comfortably while flying. To guarantee your 10-day in-home trial, you must be one of the first 100 callers to call minicpap.com now. 1-800-400-2199. Again, that's 1-800-400-2199.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, before we get to the political family feud, just this Julian Assange from WikiLeaks was going to make a big announcement that was going to end Hillary tomorrow from the balcony at the Ecuadorian embassy in London. Now that's been postponed amid security concerns, and there's some scuttlebutt that he's going to do a video release at some point instead, so we'll follow that and see if it turns out to be something that's bombshell worthy or a nothing burger like this Trump tax thing.
Well, did you watch Saturday Night Live, the season premiere?
No, I got better things to do.
Oh,
but I
really?
went back and watched the couple of skits.
Yeah, the opening was fun, but my favorite was Family Feud political teams. And what they did, they had Hillary Clinton's team, and that consisted of Bill Clinton, Sarah Silverman, your guy from Hamilton.
Manuel Miranda.
Yeah,
right.
and Bernie Sanders, who is Larry David. And then on Trump's side, they had Ivanka Trump, they had Chris Christie, and they had Vladimir Putin.
Mm-hmm.
And then Kellyanne Conway, who they made her look like an absolute bimbo. I thought that was not even funny. But what was funny was when Ivanka introduced herself to the character playing Steve Harvey.
This is fun. I love fun. Every day I schedule 20 minutes of fun.
Oh, you sexy. Yeah, I know that might sound inappropriate, but if your daddy can say it, so can I.
Come on, that's funny.
Yeah,
because Donald Trump always makes inappropriate comments about Ivanka.
Yeah, kind of the
it's
diffident, well, not that, but the kind of diffident persona of Ivanka is interesting. That was pretty funny how they
That was
captured
good.
it.
All right, now, Bill Clinton, when they introduced him, let's see if Dan Proft laughs at this.
Hello, Steve. I love the feud.
Okay, now you sure you okay with Hillary being president instead of you?
I mean, I can't wait. Believe you me, I freaking love the White House. I mean, you know, I can hang out there, you know, no presidential stuff to do. Red phone rings, and I say, hey, you take that one, honey. I'll be downstairs watching the Police Academy.
I don't understand the reference to the police academy, but
Remember, they said
It's always-
at the convention, he likes Police Academy. We watch Jane Austen or whatever because Chelsea and Hillary are so sophisticated. Yawn. I preferred the SNL debate and some of the moments of spoofing Hillary. Catherine McKinnon, I think, is the actress's name, particularly the closing statement, her value proposition, why you should vote for Hillary.
Listen, America, I get it. You hate me. You hate my voice and you hate my face. Well, here's a tip. If you never want to see my face again, elect me president, and I swear to God I will lock myself in the Oval Office and not come out for 4 years. But if you don't elect me, I will continue to run for president until the day I die. And I will never die.
Yeah, that's about the best argument you can make to vote for Hillary. The problem is, of course, you can't believe her when she'd say she'd never come out of the Oval Office.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, have you waited to buy a MyPillow? You're in luck. Right now, when you buy one premium MyPillow, you'll still get the second one for free, baby. But you'll also receive 2 additional Go Anywhere MyPillows for free. So you're actually getting 2 premium and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows for the price of only 1. It's the best offer ever. Nearly every AM 560 host endorses MyPillow because it's the best. The National Sleep Foundation agrees because they made it their official pillow. It's washable to remove all the ickies that cause allergies, acne, and asthma, so it's healthy, and you'll sleep better. Visit MyPillow.com. Click the radio listener special tab and use the promo code Joe. You'll get 2 premium MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere for the price of 1. Or you can call 1-800-489-0201, mention the radio listener special, and use the promo code Joe. That's MyPillow.com or 1-800-489-0201.
Culture, issues, society. This is Law and Justice with Jay Sekulow.
I'm a pastor who's been denied access to a mentally handicapped member who has moved out of the area, and his public administrator will not let me see him only on the basis that my pastoral work will do him no good.
Well, that's absolutely ridiculous. And let me get you in touch with our lawyers here at the American Center for Law and Justice. Someone that's suffering from a disability should not be denied the right to meet with a pastor to have spiritual counsel. And treating pastors that way and treating the importance of faith that way is something that doesn't need to happen. That needs to be stopped. So let me get you in touch immediately with our legal staff here at the American Center for Law and Justice, and we'll get you some help on this right away.
If you have a legal question or concern, visit us on our website at aclj.org. That's aclj.org.
Hi, I'm Carl Deichler, the CEO of Beachbody, and I'm here to tell you about an amazing new way you can start losing weight for free right now. You've probably seen our workout DVDs on TV like P90X, Insanity, and 21 Day Fix. We just launched a beta trial of our new digital video platform, Beachbody On Demand. So while we're testing out this new digital video service, I'm inviting you to use it for free for 30 days. That means you can lose 10 pounds, 20 pounds, even 30 pounds without paying a dime. Text the word TRIAL to 303030, and you can do 30 days of P90X, Insanity, or any of over 400 workouts for free. Now here's the catch. In return, all I ask is you let us know what you think of the service so we can make Beachbody On Demand the best fitness and weight loss site ever created. Just text TRIAL to 303030 and get started for free right now. Again, text TRIAL to 303030.
Message and data rates may apply. Membership fees apply after 30-day free trial. Cancel anytime.
Concerned about your gun rights? You should be. Join other concerned citizens for a special event October 5th at the Heartland Institute with John Lott, a leading expert on gun rights.